Uh, we will just wait some another participants, but we start officially because the time runs. My name is Mr. Vasily Golikov. I'm coming from Estonia and Finland. Both shores of Baltic Sea. But here we are because we are conducting a Nordic Media Festival. Welcome to Finland. Yeah, Maria will say some few words also. She's still parking. Yeah, we have the title of our conference, Nordic Media Festival, part of the conference, yeah, of the event, is Youth Voices. But it's not only youth, but community, I will say. For democracy, changing media literacy, democratic resilience, and information integrity. This is the three main keywords, but of course we have wider perspective of the democracy discussions today. And it's also about the education, it's also about disinformation, propaganda, literacy, digital literacy. As you know, the artificial intelligence plays day by day more role in our world. And and also forget about this cognitive resilience. This is very important in terms of to be resilient to any kind of challenges which we are facing. So the festival brought us here together to discuss different points. We are members of the communities, students, researchers, some writing the theses, some are professionally journalists, educators, some doing the politics, for example, at the local level. So we interested in critical thinking, strengthening our possibilities and capabilities in working together to improve democratic participation and engagement. And we will be happy today to discuss this kind of topics like media literacy and critical thinking, as I mentioned, deepfakes and disinformation. We didn't talk about that before in our trainings and seminars, but they're definitely interested to share insights. Digital well-being, our dependence on social media, scrolling, yeah, or this click-based societies. We don't read maybe news already so much, analyze them, we just clicking the news title, that's it. And of course, fact-checking, which is also important. Controlling where the information comes from, because if you don't control your facts, then don't be shy if something will be going not correctly. And I call it community journalism, which is also interesting part. So that you could be yourself a content creator and produce even positive news. I feel the lack of positive news for the last years. And of course, it's my pleasure that we will develop together at the end of the conference a Nordic Youth Media Manifesto, a keynotes, a key points, what basically we could share on behalf of the young people and the partners from the Nordics plus Estonia as a common space area for our community. And the agenda of the event, you have everyone at the back side of your name tags. It will be slightly changed a little bit in the beginning because we need to be quite wrap up to do in the official opening. But we will start. Maria would like to say a few words. Come. Start very soon by keynote speeches, but before that, Maria, as a local host, will make a few words for us. Thank you, Maria.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for coming for our festival. For us, work with media, it's a very important topic because we want that all youngsters really be clear what they're reading for, what they publish, and we really want that all this content what we read, it's really be not only interesting, fun, but also be like clear, and that's our job with you, that we really study not only like how to make some like media resources, but how it's like included about like equality questions, about like law and on and on. And thank you for all of you that you are coming and for your opinion. It's really important for us, and education, for my opinion, it's important for our life, and we always want that youngsters say their opinion, and we always listen for that. Thank you for your coming.
Thank you, Maria. So we will have currently right now the keynote speakers. We have two of them. Liv Lonsman from Nordic Journalist Center, please welcome, from Denmark. And the second one will be Kaja Claesson from the University of Tartu. She will join us virtually from the Tartu University in a minute. But also we'll have 3 keynote panels. So I will mention that growing up in the digital age, use, identity, cognitive well-being, which will be moderated by Susan from Sweden. And second one was the critical thinking and fight disinformation in the age of artificial intelligence, managed by Leif. And the last not least, it's a social media influence and civic participation, will be managed by me, by Vasily. Thank you very much. So, happy to see all of you. Welcome Finland, Estonia, Denmark, Sweden. And the first keynote speaker, Leif, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you. Tak. Mange tak. Spasiba. Good morning. My name is Leif Lundsman. I have like 40 years of experience in journalism and journalism education. Do you understand my English? Nice. And you hear me? So I worked mainly as a journalist and editor-in-chief and CEO, general manager of the Danish Broadcasting Corporation, which in Danish is called Danmarks Radio. Equivalent to the BBC, we call us Danish Broadcasting Corporation. I worked there for 40 years. I stopped 10 years ago, and I'm now mainly teaching journalists and journalist students, recently mostly in Ukraine at 9 different universities. Journalism is a university discipline in Ukraine, and I'm teaching there frequently. But I have also for 15, 20 years taught journalists in Russia and the other Nordic countries. So this is a normal working day for me. This is the Odessa National University in southern Ukraine. And this is my class of journalism students. And this is, take a look inside the classroom. This is a class of 20 to 25-year-old Ukrainian journalism students. And you'll probably notice a few items or things on the picture. Is there anything that comes to your mind when you see a journalism classroom in Odessa 2026? No iPad? It's in a bomb shelter, no windows. It's underground, it's in the basement, so we don't get disturbed. Sometimes like this, sometimes like this. But most frequently just like this. We have established safe teaching rooms, classrooms in the basement. There's another thing remarkable at the picture. Look at the gender composition of the class. 28 women, 2 men. Why? They are at the battlefield. That's also a dimension of war. The future generation of journalists in Ukraine will be dominated by females. That's an unforeseen consequence of war as well. Now, together with my students in Ukraine, I have developed tools and models over the last 3 years to detect and discuss different forms of misinformation, disinformation, or whatever you call it. There are no clear distinction between the different forms or phrases we use. But for training purposes, we've developed some definitions just for discussions, and I'm happy to share with you for further discussions the definitions that we tend to use while teaching. Today I'll present the models and the definitions and a few cases and examples, all brought to me by my Ukrainian students. And tomorrow I'm allowed to elaborate a little bit on the effects or consequences or the impact of mis and disinformation to the civil society and the society at large. So these are the different phrases or forms of dis and misinformation we are using or have developed in case-based dialogue education over the last 3 years in Ukraine. So we distinguish between fake news, which is based on non-verified, often fabricated or manipulated content or information. Propaganda, which is shaping and spreading narratives, trying to convince others about a certain idea or narrative. Third one is disinformation, which we define as false information created, fabricated, with the intention to cause harm. As opposed to misinformation, which is also based on false or fabricated information, but it's not deliberately created or fabricated with the intention to do harm, at least not by those who spread it or share it. And finally, a more tricky definition, which we ended up calling malinformation, which is when you have stories based on reality, true stories, but you twist them or connect them in a wrong way, used to inflict harm. I will take them one by one and share some examples. So when it comes to fake news, I and my colleagues used to run projects and campaigns under the slogan, "Fighting Fakes." We even had a slogan and a booklet once supported by UNESCO called "Fighting Fakes, the Nordic Way." We stopped doing so in 2015. You guess why? We stopped calling for fighting fakes in 2015. That's a long time ago. Some of you don't remember by natural biological reasons, I guess. But in 2015, this guy came in and stole or hijacked the phrase fake news, actually. And he said, okay, you say fighting fakes, I'll do it. But he redefined the phrase fake news into what I would call unwanted news, such as the Los Angeles Times, the New York Times, Washington Post, the CNN. He called all that fake news. And we realized that if we called for governments or bodies or institutions to fight fakes on our behalf in the mouth and hands of those holding power, fake news would be redefined as unwanted news. And fighting fake would then be considered a call to censorship, to ban news or information. So we learned that the fighting fake approach tended to lead to censorship, whether in the US, Russia, China, or the EU for that matter. If you let your government fight fakes on your behalf, you also give them an easy handle to silence independent, critical, unwanted journalism and the freedom of expression. So we've started to refrain from using the term. It's only polluting the debate. And we focus more on the more exact terms like fabricated disinformation, manipulated or twisted information, etc. As for propaganda, it's a difficult word as well. It's what's called a dual sword, or a dual word. It has like two functions, actually good and bad. Propaganda, the good way, is hard to combat without ending up in censorship as well. It's, in a democracy, absolutely legal and legitimate to propagate, to do propaganda for any idea or ideology or thought. In a democracy, it's actually, propaganda is a crucial basic element of democracy and a prerequisite for the democratic dialogue, I would say. Yes, there are also dark sides of propaganda when it's meant to spread hatred or distort the free exchange of ideas. But fighting, restricting, or banning propaganda is also banning the language and thus harming the freedom of speech, to my mind. Propaganda is a dual sword, as we call it. It's just like a knife. You know, a knife can cut bread, which is positive, but it can also cut throats, which is negative. But banning knives wouldn't do good, and banning propaganda wouldn't do good either, to my opinion. Moreover, to my impression, for the most part, propaganda more tends, is not harmful, because it more tends to confirm those who are already confirmed, rather than convince those who are not already convinced of the message. Take the poster I've used here, for instance. This is a typical example of pro-Russian or anti-NATO propaganda depicting NATO as the North Atlantic terrorist organization. Do any of you honestly believe this will convince any NATO defender that NATO is a terrorist organization run by Tolkien-looking orcs? Do you believe this would convince? I mean, if I'm a NATO defender, I love NATO, I see this, I say, oh my God, I was wrong. That's a terrorist organization I didn't know, so I will not support NATO any longer. My point is that I don't find this kind of propaganda. It's primitive, it's easy detectable as propaganda. It's more meant to, or its effect is more likely to confirm those already critical to NATO than to convince people not negative to NATO already. This goes both way around, by the way. This is a piece of Ukrainian propaganda from the Ukrainian Catholic University in Lviv. It just turns the story around and say that Russians are all, not only Russian soldiers or the Russian army, but Russia and its people, they are all orcs. That's not an exaggeration, that goes for some of you, I guess. Would that convince pro-Russians, or Russians for that matter, that all Russians in fact are orcs? I don't believe so. It won't convince anybody, but it would confirm those who already are critical to Russians by whatever reason. My point is that despite its overwhelming presence, and I see lots of this in Ukraine and everywhere else, there's a lot of propaganda out there, but despite its overwhelming presence, it doesn't create that much harm, I would say. And trying to restrict or ban propaganda, like they do also in Ukraine, all too often ends up in censorship. In Ukraine, I see a lot of Russian propaganda, and some people, they urge the government to fight it and ban it and restrict it, and they have laws doing so. But I must say that pro-Russian narratives have very hard times surviving in Ukraine. The same goes in Denmark. In my country, Denmark, I haven't really seen pro-Russian narratives heavily dominating the public opinion in Denmark. We may have a lot of Russian propaganda in Denmark, but it's not very successful in general. One must say that Russia has a pretty bad image in Scandinavia. I think you agree with me on that. So propaganda is also a hard word to use when defining what's information and what is misinformation, what is truth, what is false, what is real information and what is just journalistic rubbish. And that leads me to the three forms of disinformation. Sometimes we also call it disinformation with an E rather than an I, and we distinguish that into, or define it into three different sub-variants, like disinformation, misinformation, and malinformation. And I briefly go through the three with a few cases or examples. I'll go to pictures now. Look at this. Here you see a picture. What do you see? Any suggestions? Who is it? What is this? You recognize the fellow? Yeah, a few years younger than now. Volodymyr Zelensky at his working office desk, conducting an online meeting, actually with Elon Musk, from those days when Elon Musk was a good guy, providing Starlink satellites to Ukraine surveillance. Look closely at the picture and compare to this one. You see any difference? Something popping up here. What is this? Any suggestions? Feel free. What do you see? What's the difference between the two pictures? Come on. Well, maybe. Something white powder on the table. How come? And which is real? Which picture is the true one and which is the false one? No suggestions? Yeah, please. The left one is real? How do you know? That's very valuable thinking. But it might be actually, unless we know better, that it has been removed from the right picture to the left picture. So the right picture could be the real one and somebody wants to delete that proof. You can also remove stuff from a picture. My point is not which is real. My point is that when you see two pictures, you kind of, and that's close to cognitive bias. What do you believe beforehand? If you believe he's a drug addict, you will believe this is a true picture and that has been removed on the other one to save his image. I do know because I checked the picture, but it's only when you check the picture and the pixels in the picture you can see, and there are actually good digital tools to detect whether something has been added or removed from a photo. This is, I believe that the powder, or I have checked also that the powder has been added later than the original picture. So to me, this is a clear example of what I call disinformation that's created, that's fabricated in order to do harm to Volodymyr Zelensky's image. I'll take another picture. Look at this. What do you see? Please interact. Please suggest. What is this? Maybe it's too easy. A frontline photo from where? Yeah, you see that on the flag on the shoulder, right? That's allegedly a female Ukrainian soldier at the front line. From when? When would this picture be from, do you think? Before or after 2010, 2015, 2020, 2022? Probably after 2022. Look at the cat. Something remarkable about the cat? Oh, it's a two-legged cat. Have anyone seen the famous Ukrainian two-legged cat? This is widely spread, this picture in Ukraine, and it has been widely spread since 2022. But actually the picture is from 2019, and it's fabricated. It's AI or photoshopping. The cat has two legs. It's artificially built on that. But the picture goes viral in Ukraine after 2022, typically accompanied by texts such as, this is the difference between Ukrainian soldiers and Russian soldiers. Ukrainians treat animals like human beings. Russians treat human beings like animals. This is the message conveyed by this false image. Actually, there's also a lot of Russian soldiers with cats. You see, this is a Russian cat. You can't count the number of legs on it, but it's a Russian cat in the hands of a Russian soldier. It goes viral in Russia. It's banned in Europe, but it goes viral in Russia with texts like Russian soldiers distinguishes themselves from Ukrainian soldiers, because Russian soldiers treat cats or animals like human beings, whereas Ukrainians treat human beings like cats. This is, to me, a case of what I call misinformation. It's false, but it's not deliberately created to harm. This is not like offensive propaganda. It's spread by good intention to support the will to fight against the invasion in the Ukrainian side. But it's still misinformation to me, and not worth sharing if you find it. So if you find a picture like this, put it through Google reverse image search or TinEye or any other digital tool, and you will find out that it's a manipulated picture, and then don't share it. We'll take a third case, if I can find, on malinformation. That's where you take reality and truth and use it in a twisted way. What do you see here? That's the same guy again. Mr. Musk everywhere. What is he doing? What is he doing? Any suggestions? Please, come on. Yeah, please. Yeah, he's hailing, someone would say, the famous, well-known Nazi greeting. If you see a picture like this, my suggestion would be that you check it, Google reverse image search or whatever tool you may have. Check it and see the full version or other variants, other angles of the photo, or preferably the full video if it's available. Actually, I found a full video of the event. That's from an inauguration party somewhere in the US following the victory of Donald Trump at the presidency elections. And what he does is actually, he says, thank you very much for letting this happen. My heart goes out to all of you. And then he turns around to the audience behind him and repeat the same message. My heart goes out to all of you. But somebody took that picture, kept the hand, and did the narrative that he's a Nazi, that he does the Nazi greeting. And that turned up even in mainstream media in my country. And if I had shown this picture for my Ukrainian students, that's where I had it from, like 5 years ago, they would have never have said he's hailing. They would have said he's waving or pointing at something or gesticulating. But the last 2 years or 3 years since he affiliated with Donald Trump, the first suggestion I get when I show this picture is hailing, just like you guessed. Now, what is she doing? And who is she, by the way? Are you old enough to remember this lady? Former Chancellor of the German Republic, Miss Angela Merkel. What is she doing here? Is she hailing? Apparently she's doing exactly the same. Now, where did I find this picture? I found that on a homepage from a media called Over Daily. I guess you know that media. The Institute for Progressive Thinking. And they used that picture to illustrate that Angela Merkel is actually the daughter of Adolf Hitler. Would you believe that? But do you know it? No, we don't know it, and therefore we shouldn't believe it until we check it, and that's actually what the whole point is about. This is what I call malinformation. The pictures are true, the pictures are correct, the pictures are real. They're not manipulated, they're not created in order to do harm, but they are twisted in a way, taken out of context, put into another context, which makes as much harm as does disinformation and misinformation. And to me, this kind of malinformation is actually, as I consider, more dangerous than propaganda, because propaganda is easily detectable normally, whereas this is hard to debunk because it's based on real, true pictures, which you can't doubt. I'm about to stop here. Tomorrow I would elaborate into, I have the chance tomorrow morning to elaborate into the effects and impacts, to my opinion, on the different forms of misinformation. But as a teaser, I can say that after many years in fact-checking, my conclusion is that fake news and propaganda doesn't do the most harm, even though we focus so much about it in the discussions. It's often easily detectable, clumsy made, and presented in a dubious way, more effectful for confirming than for convincing. Disinformation is much more dangerous, even as it's getting more and more sophisticated and more difficult to detect, and thus more harmful. Misinformation is dangerous also because it's often spread by good-hearted, good-intending, trusted influencers or media, and then reproduced and shared over and over again, despite being false. To my opinion, malinformation is the most dangerous animal on the media savannah because it's hard to detect and it causes a lot of harm, and I will share examples on that tomorrow. I still have 10 minutes. Then I can share a case. Would you like that? Yes. Or would you rather have a Q&As? You'll have an example. Okay. Now it's getting complicated and academic. This is what I call the malinformation cycles. That's when true information gets twisted through media, abused or spread in social media, returns to politicians and decision makers who make statements that makes the malinformation return into real life. Just as a case, this graph went viral, before you remember, in 2012. Have any of you seen that graph before? No? It's from the UN Crime Office. The figure shows the number of police-recorded rape cases in a series of countries. Rape at the national level, number of police-recorded offenses per 100,000 inhabitants. And it's from the United Nations 2012. One country stands out with record high figures on the first column to the left of the diagram. Which country is this? Any guesses? Which country has the highest rate of rapes in 2012 in the entire world? Vatican. Vatican State, that's a good guess. I think they didn't participate in the survey. It's Sweden. It's Sweden, exceeding countries like Jamaica, Bolivia, and Costa Rica. Do you believe this? Is that likely that Sweden has the highest rate of rapes in the world? Anyone who believes that? Hands up? No? Sorry? Depends of the region. and depends of the statistics. So the graph is correct. It's done and endorsed by the UN. The numbers are correct, as reported country by country to the UN Office of Crime. The underlying explanation is simple, but it's hard to detect if you don't know it. But I checked it and found that in 2011 and 12, the Swedish police urged all women in the country to report on any unpleasant case of sexual harassment, including rapes, but also including all other sorts of abuse, oral or physical. So and the Swedish women, they obeyed orders and they reported any harassment case they had. For statistical reasons and for simplicity, I guess, the police in Sweden, they categorized all those reports in the same criminal category as rapes. So the graph actually shows how many women answered to the call from the police to report on any sexual harassment. And that's why the figure is exploding as compared to other countries, because in other countries, all the other graphs, they are reported rapes. But for Sweden, it was reported harassments, including rapes. Now what happened in the malinformation cycles? The graph is correct, taken from the real world and representing real numbers, reported in from country to country. And when it hit the media, it made its way, of course, into mainstream media, where it got the usual dramatic twist that we journalists often give stories. We forget about harassments, now it's all about rapes. 1 in 4 Swedish women will be raped as sexual assaults increase 500%. Still based on true figures, though dramatized by the media, focusing on rapes only. Now what happens? Suddenly it gets another twist, because from the mainstream media it hit social media and got a twist. You can't read this, but it says, rape in Sweden explodes thanks to mass immigration. Suddenly mass immigration comes into the picture, but the UN Crime Office didn't mention immigration. And there is no causal relationship between the two. There may be, but not in the UN graph at least. But when it hit social media, it took this twist based on realities. The graph is correct, not rapes in Sweden though. It says rapes in Sweden. It's reported harassments in Sweden in 2012. But the graph is correct and taken from the UN. Two graphs here are both correct too. One is the number of reported harassments and one increasing, and one is the number of immigrants in Sweden increasing. Both graphs are correct, but they have nothing to do with each other, at least if based on the UN survey. There is, as I mentioned, no causal relationship between the two phenomena, but once this false connection has been created and made, it goes viral as a false story based on true information, and that's what I call malinformation, and that is poisonous. It may be less visible than propaganda or fake news or disinformation, but it's much more harmful because it's hard to detect and debunk, as I said, as it's based on true events. No one can say the graph is wrong, but the story is wrong, despite based on the true statistics. And what happens here is from real world through mainstream media to social media, it hits politics. In this case, it even hits UK politics in the United Kingdom. This Mr. Nigel Farage isn't late to state the following message, and I better read it, I think. Pro rata, Sweden has taken more migrants than any other country in Europe. And there has been a dramatic rise in sexual crime in Sweden. So much that Malmö is now the rape capital in Europe. This message, having traveled from Sweden to the UN, to the mainstream, through social media, hits UK and gets back to Sweden, because in Sweden, people grab the quote from Nigel Farage and organizes demonstrations for the deportation of immigrants in Sweden because they rape Swedish women and make Malmö the rape capital in Europe. So this is an example of how what I call the malinformation cycles, based on true stories, turns and get twisted into false narratives. Those false narratives are grabbed by politicians and returned into reality. And this is the malinformation cycles, which I find much more poisonous and dangerous for the public debate and democracy than NATO, anti-NATO propaganda does. This is where I do a natural break, and I'll get back, and I'd like to share some of the tools and the methods we use when we do fact-checking, which is a good thing to do. We can talk about that in the workshops. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Lee. Thank you. And now we're moving to our second keynote speaker. Joining us by Zoom is Maja Claassen from University of Tartu. Maja will be in a second with us. German. Just a second. Maja, we still don't see you. Just a second.
See oli hakka rääkima noogutus või?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I can't see myself on the screen. Sorry for the confusion. My name is Maja Klaassen, and I am calling in from Tartu. Unfortunately, I couldn't be in Tallinn today, but whenever the topic of media literacy and youth comes up, especially in a company that is full of people with my own background, journalism, then I simply must find some time to also, first of all, welcome you to this really, really great event. And second of all, to also express joy that media literacy is now something people want to voluntarily hear about. I remember in 2011, we used to have these empty workshops, right? Because there was this whole question of, so what? So what? Who cares about media literacy? It's not really maybe the first point in the long list of issues that society has. And in a very dark way, it is ought to say that now everyone understands why media literacy is important. The general indicators for the information quality and health in society are not good, you know? Most easily put, we are living in a society where quality information remains behind a paywall and where anything that is actually been, you know, spent time on, such as journalism, such as research, such as, you know, in-depth analysis from known authors in Substacks, in Patreons. We have so many ways of paywalling our quality work, which is absolutely fair. We live in the attention economy. But we need to remember that the other side of that is that we now have a lot of quality information that has a paywall, and what is for free? Social media, the cheapest versions of GPTs and LLMs, or, you know, so whatever is your favorite, Gemini, Claude, we all know that the free versions are not the best performing ones. So even in using the same tools, if you do not pay, you will be stuck in a, you know, disadvantaged position. Media literacy, of course, has always had this issue of everyone who is, you know, at least a little bit media literate is worried about their media literacy levels. The ones who are not worried tend to be what researchers call lacking intellectual humility. That would also mean that you are not interested in learning any new information. So if we have these different groups of people who might be disinformed or misinformed, so the information was for whatever intent false, then we also have people who are disinterested and unmotivated to engage at all. So my first kind of postulate to give you today is that I really think that we should reconsider the way that we have been approaching the issue of the young not reading the news and how lacking news literacy in the classical sense might mean something bigger in the context of, for example, civic participation. If we look at Reuters' digital news report, we can see that indeed the younger generation, the actual youth in European Union is under 25. So I am no longer young. I'm not sure about what is happening on the other side of the screen. But just to state, I am talking of research mostly because it's not really a group I represent or necessarily have the same information behavior with. And we're not that far apart in age. So what we are seeing is different information seeking and verification behaviors that are not always explained by generations. Generations used to explain a lot about how media literate we are. If you are honest with yourself, you also have this predisposition that a digital native is logically also more media literate because they have a better knowledge of the mechanics of the tools, right? In the similar way, we have also had these slight misconceptions of, you know, video will kill the radio star. Remember, a generation was supposed to be completely lost to MTV. And then we had a generation that we lost to video games. So in the context of what media literacy is supposed to do, what communication devices it's supposed to deal with, it has been in constant adaptation. And the youth, as research shows, are great at adapting. Sometimes also sadly so, because, for example, we know that the first people to use new platforms will be the youth. So if you have suspicious, scammy platforms that are only, for example, made to extract a lot of data from your phone, then most likely it will be tried out by the younger groups first, right? The migration is the fastest there, and also the curiosity, the risk behavior, and the community-led behavior, right? But at the same time, we also see the youth are doing something that my age already, so 35-year-olds, are necessarily not. Lateral reading and switching between different sources quickly is something that we should be doing more of. So in this really busy, overloaded information environment, the youth has adapted to being able to verify very fast. What is research telling us? First, it's not always the best options, right? They're not going to encyclopedias or anything. But, for example, if they see something suspicious on TikTok about some daily or world news going on currently, current affairs, then if they find it suspicious, they might go and confirm with, for example, Snapchat AI. For example, Grok AI, so specific social media related AI that is not on the same platform. Yes, it would be nicer if it wasn't AI, but it's extremely nice to know that lateral reading behavior has translated to this alpha generation. They might not be lost after all. Second of all, current affairs is something a lot of the youth is actually really well acquainted with because they have trusted intermediaries. Now, those trusted intermediaries could and should and hopefully will be a lot of the journalists who do great and hard work to get the information that they put into more classical formats of journalism, also into, for example, short videos, right? But the trusted intermediaries could also be influencers. They could be well-meaning influencers who are really trying to translate news to their audience. They could be malintent actors who only care about money. The intent is not always something that we know. So in this context, yes, it is very important to try and make sure that the youth media literacies have a strong focus on classical news literacy as well. But I would say this is something that we can actually rest a little bit easier on. Double verification can also mean going to the comment section to understand and scroll through and understand whether or not a video is AI. This is a small 2-second verification practice that is completely based on trust within community and also trust that you can understand which one in the comment section is actually a human, so your community, versus, for example, a bot. But still, there is hopeful things out there. It's not all dark. The youth is not lost. And maybe this is one really good thing to keep in mind when you go through today. Things can also change for the better. The fact that it doesn't remain the same doesn't necessarily mean that it's all down the drain now. So this has been the most difficult communication technology adaptation for our kind because smartphones and social media has come so fast. But at the same time, remember, we can see the youth adapting. There are some caveats though, right? So for example, the research I'm talking about has been conducted mainly in countries that already have media literacy as a part of their high school education curriculum. If you were to compare it to countries that maybe have very minimal access to media literacy workshops. For example, there might be workshops only in the capital, absolutely nothing elsewhere. These deserts of media literacy, so to speak. underserved communities might yet be vulnerable, but still we haven't reached everywhere. It's honestly also very naive to think that formal education could reach everywhere, but we do have an advantage. Let's keep that in mind in countries that have some sort of media literacy education. There is an advantage. The questions there are teacher autonomy in choosing if and how to teach it, and second, making sure that it has some sort of standardized, measurable outcomes. The PISA is, of course, trying to achieve that, now calling MIL, media and information literacy, MAIL, media and AI literacy. So basically including this artificial intelligence aspect already in media literacy, because this is now the new technology that we have to adapt to. I know it's easy to say, or to even, think back to films such as, didn't Matrix start with AI taking over, if I remember correctly? Random connections. But I would still also like to remind you that we are seeing adaptations, and we are adapting as researchers, as practitioners, as journalists to this new attention economy ourselves, right? The adaptation will happen. We are probably moving towards the dark ages, and it's kind of funny because if you think back to the dark ages of the Middle Age, then the dark ages, information-wise, were happening because of a lack. There was a deficit of information, and now we are entering dark ages because it's an overload of information. And even if we have the knowledge and the tools and the skills to try and discern, for example, what is correct, what is not, what is AI, what is not, then we still have this issue with motivation. And let's not forget the motivation part of the actual definition of media and information literacy, right? It's not only the skills, tools, and knowledge, but it's also the motivation and the values needed to want to engage with your information environment, to want to know what might be fact-based, what is not, or to even seek this, strange animal called truth, which is so easily politicized. I usually try to avoid it when I speak of media literacy. So I would say, when thinking of the youth in media literacy, when thinking of media literacy in this age of doom and gloom, or so it would seem, when it comes to our information environment specifically, then we have to also keep in mind that, first of all, there is already adaptation. We have adapted before. Video did not kill the radio star. My generation does not have rotten brains specifically because of video games. I would say the smartphone is going to do a doozy on all generations. But at the same time, we already also see that there is avoidance techniques as a part of media literacy, right? Switch off when you feel like you can't take anymore. Take control of your emotional state rather than leave it to the algorithms of platforms that are not really owned by well-meaning people. And also, let's not forget that digital burnout always comes in a cycle. Me and my colleagues have written about it in the context of information activism, in public information spaces. And we called it the Phoenix cycle, because digital burnout, but you rise from the ashes again. This is a really interesting part of it, that humans are resilient. No matter our age, we will adapt. And media literacy is the tool, the necessary lifeline that we need in this super complicated information environment full of overload, misleading information, and malintent, to actually try and find our way through, find our trusted intermediaries, and find these new ways of verifying information fast that is actually in accordance with our own media use practices. So my message is one of hope. These events, such as the one where you are at, are a really important step in trying to provide concrete, actionable outputs, which is based on collective knowledge, right? And these concrete, actionable outputs in media literacy should not only answer the question of how to only have quality information and be switched on day after day, but should also include this context of well-being. We are in a marathon, not a race. So let's find this beautiful middle ground of being informed, but not depressed, both for media literacy facilitators, journalists, knowledge producers, but also for the people that we serve, the wider society. And I hope you find some paths for that today. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. And we have maybe some few questions for you and for Liv. So anyone in the audience want to ask any question? So we start. Ingrid? Okay.
So Maya, I think I have a question for you. What methods do you use for teaching how to work with media literacy?
So a lot of our methods are actually what you would call out of the box. And that is one of the reasons that we also do quite a lot of research on them, specifically publishing about methods as well. For example, because we have this big group of people who do not think that they have an issue with media literacy or that media literacy itself is something that is their issue, then we have put up these media literacy installments in Tartu. So in the middle of Tartu, for example, we had what we called the digital blunder wall. The digital blunder wall was full of people putting up confessions about the worst things and the worst lapses of digital and media literacy that they had had. From, accidentally sharing your holiday photo folder with the whole Google Classroom, so the children as well as the parents, or from this one guy just confessing he hates the internet, he always has, and he misses the world without it. And then we take that type of data, we analyze it, we try and categorize it according to the research on what are the lack of literacies there, and then produce another intervention, we call them actually, not even necessarily workshops. And in the context of higher education, that means that we give our students the theoretical basics and they come together to actually produce their own group projects, and then the best ones become actual interventions. So for example, this digital blunder wall was financed by a project we had in the university, but the idea was from the students. So theory, doom and gloom, then we give them, just go out to the world, we will give the best project 500 euros to put it to life. Usually it happens that it is these offline projects that we find most useful about online threats. But of course, there's also like a lot of information materials created by students like that every year. We also have a website that you can access all of our syllabus and actual step-by-step workshops and interventions, media.ut.ee, media.ut.ee.
Yes, please, Victoria. Okay. Anyway, anyone question from Denmark?
Okay, thank you. Yes. No, I was just wondering with regard to malinformation. It has its roots in reality, and then from your presentation, it seemed like then things just rolled. But in the further steps, is it still just malinformation if malintended actors are misusing the information taken from real life events, or does it then become propaganda or disinformation or something? Say if Russia, for example, are propagating what happened in Ceuta a couple of weeks ago, is that still just malinformation, or does that become something else?
These are blurry definitions, and sometimes true information is twisted into malinformation. Sometimes malinformation will be twisted into disinformation. The reason to distinguish is because it calls for different tools for analysis. And if you only use fact-checking tools for analysis, you won't detect what I call malinformation, because it's based on true information. We have another cyclist which I have studied, which is pretty interesting, because the EU has financed a EU Stratcom force, which is meant to debunk Russian false narratives and disinformation. And I have read their annual report, and so many of the stories they start actually as real events in Western press, like the Ceuta crisis. It showed a weak Europe. Russian media loves to expose a story about weak internal disagreements in Europe. They are true. And when they reflect true stories, heavily covered by European media, it's taken by the EU Stratcom force and called propaganda. But actually, the Russian so-called propaganda spreaders, they actually only reflect news stories from the West. That's a very delicate Danish example on that, if I can take the time for that. In 2015, Denmark introduced a law, a piece of legislation, banning sex with animals. That was a fun story, and the Russian media loved that. So even mainstream media, but in particular social media and Kontakte and other social media platforms in Russia, they made fun about Denmark having so heavy problems with sex with animals that they have to do a legislation in 2015 to ban it. That went viral in Russia. And from there, it went back to the EU Stratcom force, who said, this is a typical example of propaganda from the Russia troll fabrics. But it was not from the Russian troll fabrics. It was actually, when you checked it, it was a French satirical magazine that made fun with the Danes, with pictures of a dog in a kind of prostitute outlet or costume. And from there, from Denmark, from a true event in Denmark, it went to France. They made fun of it. It went viral in Russia, and was depicted in the annual report from the EU Stratcom force against or debunking Russian propaganda. So it may travel freely between misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. It's a long answer.
Thank you. And the last two questions?
Yeah, so how Estonians fighting propaganda, like practically? I will translate just 1 second.
I guess that's for me, right?
Yeah.
So, of course, I usually have beautiful little illustrations about this enyap for about 20 minutes, but I can't even see Vasily's face, and I know I don't have that much time. So, in very short, first of all, sanctions. So that's something all EU countries do. You can't help propaganda roam freely. At least try and raise the expense of having to, get it out there. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. In the context that we still laugh that having these sanctioned TV channels in Narva, for example, which is near the border, was a great digital literacy project for all the older grannies there who overnight, like this, learned how to use VPN, which allows you to access anything. So you can't really sanction the internet in at least not enough, right? So first of all, of course, it is sanctions. So try and make sure propaganda can't move freely. Then second, it's Russian language quality information. So you can't really change people's media use behavior. If they have been watching Russian language talk shows, news, like just drama shows their whole lives, they're not going to switch to Estonian language or Latvian language or Lithuanian language ones just because we close down their channels. Vacuums don't change media use, right? You just learn to fill the vacuum in news sources, such as VPN shows. So what we have done, and I'm really proud of my country for this, is investing in both private and public media, Russian language media content. It's not yet as widely watched as stuff from across the border, but it's a start. And really it is different from Estonian content as well, in my opinion at least. Like ETV Plus in general has their own original content as well as their journalism. They just have like more pizzazz, you know. Estonians tend to be very introverted and quiet. Then, of course, it's media literacy. Media literacy has been mandatory in our schools since 2011. Doesn't matter really so much, in my opinion, about the terminology of now this is propaganda and this is national branding and this is hybrid warfare and so on. In the end, it's, you know, influencing each other with information in many contexts. And the question really is, what is the end game there? And that is a question media literacy and critical thinking can help you answer without much expert knowledge. And then, of course, international cooperation, making sure there is quality information. Quality information means also supporting investigative journalism, and it also means supporting fact-checking, which, of course, are not magical mind-changing tools, but basically if you Google a false narrative, you shouldn't only get 25 pages that are monetizing the falsities. You should be able to access for free something that shows a debunk. We also have a lot of these exposing activities from not just NGOs, but let's say private individuals, both on social media as well as news media. Like we have these opinion leaders, I guess, who are really useful with spreading the message. We also have a Stratcom in our country. And if you want to check something out, I will shut up now, go Google Propastop. Propastop is one example of an NGO trying to expose Russian influence activities.
Thank you very much, Maya. For sure, Propastop is one of the interesting sources. It's also in Estonian and in Russian and English as well. Yeah. And well done. Thank you very much, Leif and Maya. We will keep in touch and see you soon on the security conference in Estonia. Thank you. And I'm happy to welcome Marko Krapu from Yle, the executive producer, will be happy to join us as third keynote speaker and presenting his ideas and hopes on the broad perspective of the media literacy and propaganda and news. Marko, the floor is yours, please. Welcome. Microphone is there?
All right, hello all. Nice to be here among you guys. Thank you for the invitation. Despite of the short notice, I'm always happy to share my experiences about media trust and diversity. But first, let me take you 100 years back in time. The press and media have been called the fourth estate. Its role has been significant, and therefore attempts have been made to harness it for one's own purposes throughout human history. Here's a newspaper clipping from nearly 100 years ago. It's in Finnish, but here's a short translation. The far-right movement, called Lapuan Liike, warns the Finnish broadcasting company YLE not to support Marxism or communism. And this was published in the biggest daily newspaper of Finland. Fast forward today. In Italy, Prime Minister Meloni tried to harness the public broadcasting company RAI as her own propaganda mouthpiece. Leadership was changed and RAI employees went on strike. Meloni is claimed to have demanded, among other things, that RAI start each evening's main news broadcast program with a positive news story about herself. Across the ocean, the US Department of Defense is attempting to restrict press freedom. But the media itself can also make mistakes that can have fatal consequences for reputation and trust. And just yesterday we were able to read in YLE's news how hundreds of disinformation publications have been targeted at the elections in Germany and France. Not to mention what has happened recently in the Czech Republic and Slovakia. Their politicians have taken the public service broadcasting companies tightly into their grip. The ability of journalists to work safely and independently is under threat globally, according to latest press freedom index by Reporters Without Borders. As you can see from the chart and map, the press freedom situation is problematic or worse in 137 countries. Generally, the freest countries can be found in Europe. What's the situation in your country?
Yes, but we need microphone because the hands.
Okay. I'm just wondering, Scandinavia and the Nordic countries are good in press freedom. What is like the specific differences between, say, Germany and Denmark with regard to press freedom, if you know that?
Well, I'm not expert of that field, but I think that in Scandinavia and Nordic countries we have a very long history of fact-checking, and the trust level towards our audiences have been always very high. You will see the trust level nowadays later in my presentation.
Sorry to take your time. Actually, one of the differences between Denmark and Germany I have digged into because we are neighboring countries, and that's another funny anecdotal story. In Germany, since 1945, propaganda for national socialism or Nazism has been banned. It's not in Denmark. The funny anecdote connected to that is that the German National Socialists, they can publish from southern Denmark, which they do. And when internet was arrived in 1996, that made a strange situation because Germany demanded the internet providers not to carry National Socialist content. So they tried to campaign for a ban on National Socialist content when it hit Germany. But the thing is that the internet is international. So banning Danish sources airing National Socialist propaganda from German sources would be illegal in Denmark, but legal and demanded in Germany. So this is one of the differences since actually the humiliation of Germany in 1945 and post-Nazi. A lot of propaganda is banned.
Thank you. Thank you for comment.
Thank you. Yep. So you can now ask how to build trust in these times and this atmosphere. Speaking about trust comes even more interesting and challenging when we are talking about foreign language speakers. Here are stats from Finland. There are currently over 610,000 foreign language speakers in Finland. The change has been rapid and the pace is accelerating. Population development and immigration are highly dependent on political decisions. Here are 4 scenarios based on how strict or permissive our immigration policy is. In each scenario, the proportion of foreign language speakers in the total population increases significantly from the current. As you can see, for example, the red line on the chart, if the immigration policy is highly permissive, the foreign language speakers will reach 6 million by the year 2040. Even the golden way will mean that there will be much more foreign language speakers in Finland than nowadays. My unit in YLE produces news in 7 different languages. There are languages such as English and Russian that have been included for decades, but there are also newcomers such as Arabic and Somali. The goal of our work is to provide reliable information about what is happening in Finland and thus support equality, democracy and integration. We operate on TV, VOD platforms and social media. Since last year we have focused on vertical videos but haven't forgot our loyal readers. But this is always balancing with small resources in order to find audiences from the right places. So why does YLE have multilingual news? Well, if YLE doesn't provide reliable information to foreign language speakers, they will seek it elsewhere. This is a matter of national security, not just a service question. The YLE Act mandates producing services in Finnish, Swedish and relevant native and other languages. At the heart of the public service is that services are available to everyone. Of course, we try to build trust and that thus secure social peace. You saw the chart a few minutes ago. The future of Finland is more multilingual. And in crisis situations, multilingual news and communication even saves lives. And I have an example later to show you. Let's talk about trust. Finns traditionally trust in the Finnish broadcasting company. According to last fall study, over 80% of Finns trust YLE. However, the figure has been declining. Last spring, we conducted a study in which we asked 6 of the country's largest foreign language groups about their trust in media. The average was significantly lower than among the so-called majority population. So why the 20-point cap? The difference is mainly explained by awareness. Many are not familiar with YLE nor other Finnish media. One reason is that some people feel that YLE or Finnish media does not cover issues that are important to them. Of course, there are language barriers, content is not accessible, and many don't trust AI translations. There are cultural differences, different expectations and experiences with media. For example, those coming from authoritarian countries may have a strong disbelief against state media. Many people think that despite of the fact that YLE is funded by tax money, they think that we are controlled by government, which is not true. But the research shows that when service exists in their language, it affects trust. Next, I will present you 7 ways how to build trust among multilingual audiences. These are not exhaustive, but we have good experiences with these. Here are essential first steps. Produce high-quality news and social media content in major community languages. Engage audiences on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, especially for younger demographics. And verify all information truly and correct errors promptly and transparently. According to our experience, without these, nothing else matters. These 4 steps deepen and sustain trust over time. Transparency, explain story creation, source usage, and why specific angles are selected. Ask for story tips and hold community meetings to create genuine dialogue, to get feedback, and to build trust. Include foreign language speakers as sources, as experts, and most important, in editorial teams. And actively debunk false info in communities to protect the information environment. So in my opinion, multilingual services are the first line of defense against disinformation and foreign influence. Frankly, multilingual services are a strategic investment in society's security, cohesion, and economic well-being. Now I'm going to give you an example of how native language information can make a real difference. And I'm afraid that I have to use a curse word, coronavirus. When the pandemic began, Wiley received numerous contacts from foreign language speakers living in our country. They were worried that immigrants with poor Finnish skills were not getting enough accurate information. Instead, they were exposed to mis- and disinformation on social media. Wiley quickly launched multilingual news in 4 different languages. We started from the basics: how to wash your hands, how to keep societal distance, how to use a mask. Of course, we told about the government's guidelines. Based on the feedback and results and surveys, we felt that the reliable information slowly began to reach these target audiences. And we believe that we even saved lives. Information vacuum filled with facts. This quote is from a woman who has supported immigrant women in Finland for decades. Wiley interviewed her for a story when Wiley announced 2 years ago it would start Somali and Arabic language news. This was her, Hissus, response to nationalist Finns party leader Riikka Purra, who criticized Wiley's decision and generally questioned how information in one's own language could promote integration. This is another example of how political leaders try to define what the media should do or not to do. But political leaders and we all should remember that an information vacuum is always filled. If Wiley or any other media outlet doesn't provide reliable information to foreign language speakers, they will seek it elsewhere, possibly from unreliable sources or from abroad. Multilingual communities need information, and if there is no trusted source in their language, there will be information vacuum. And this vacuum fills with social media algos, echo chambers, foreign influence operations, disinformation, and even radicalization. And now I'm citing John Wick by saying that there are consequences. And consequences are like mistrust, isolation, instability. But if there is a trusted source in their language, it will create information shield. Now community receives truth, facts, verified sources, analyses, tools for integration and cultural competence. And once again, there are consequences, but this time, cohesion, trust, integration, resilience, democracy. But couldn't native language information be handled with the help of AI? Hands up, how many of you use or have ever used these AI assistants? Just like I thought, almost everyone. Now, how many of you consider them reliable? Few hands. In a study by the European Broadcasting Union, EBU, professional journalists evaluated over 3,000 AI responses based on 5 key criteria like truthfulness, use of sources, separation of fact and opinion, appropriate context, and so on. So these assistants were selected to this study, and these assistants were fed by 3,000 questions. How do you think these AI assistants performed? Thumbs up, thumbs down, something in the middle? Well, I tell you, not so well. Almost half of the responses contained at least one serious error. And one of the third responses had significant problems with sources. Do you still think that these are reliable? AI is a great tool. We use it a lot in YLE, even in multilingual news. But as alone, it's not reliable enough. You have to know how to use it. When building trust, it's a shared responsibility. Ask yourself, who are we missing? Which communities in your country or region lack access to reliable information in their language? What do they need to know? Not just immigrant issues, everything, elections, healthcare, education, local news, etc. Where are they? Which platforms do communities use? And please don't assume that everyone is on the same social media. Who can help? Which community organizations, associations, or individuals can bridge the gap? And how do we measure success? Not just reach, but trust. Are people acting on the information? Are they engaging? Are they sharing? What will you do when you go home from this festival? Lots of things, I bet. But I will give you a simple task. Here's 3 commitments for you all for the next 30 days. First, map. Identify 3 largest foreign language communities in your country or in your region who lack trusted media in their language. Then connect. Schedule at least 1 meeting with a community organization or minority media outlet. And third, advocate. Present the information vacuum concept to 1 decision maker in your organization and discuss about it. What can you do? You can always join the conversation. You can reach me by email or through LinkedIn. I'm happy to help. I'm happy to share my experiences. Now, if you have any comments or questions, I'm all ears.
Yeah, please.
I was just wondering, do you ever sort of differentiate the angles depending on the cultures of the different languages that your media is presenting the news to? Because I was wondering if you come from Al Jazeera Arabic, for example, and then you're switching to YLS Arabic, the narrative could differ greatly. So how do you ensure that the trust is not just you telling them that this is trustable, but also them believing in it if they come from sources that may be biased?
Thank you. That's a good question. One thing we try to ensure that is that we only hire native language speakers who represent, in this case, the Arabic news. So that itself creates trust, you know. There's an Arabic woman or man saying you reliable news. That is, I think, the most important things. And that person brings with him or her the cultural background and the acknowledgement of the Arabic culture. I'm not expert. I can't say to my journalist that you have to choose this angle. It's a cooperation with producers that how we, dive into this context and dive into this news.
I was wondering, because you said you also publish a lot in foreign languages on social media, TikTok, Instagram, all of these different social media markets, and they all work with slightly different algorithms. How do you work as a news organization with algorithms that are very fast-paced, very hook-based, as a news organization that also needs to secure reliable information to the audience?
Yeah, that is a great question. Thank you for that. Algos change a lot, and in an overnight you could lose your all visibility. That's basically the fact. But like I said before, YLE has chosen to be on social media because someone else would fill the vacuum. If we are not there, they will seek the information elsewhere. So that's why we have chosen I would say multi-channel strategy. So we have a lot of social media accounts where we publish the same content, maybe on different, not a different version, but in a different format. Sometimes in a text format, most often as a video format. And then we have our own platforms, and we always try to guide them to our own platforms where you can, influence to other YLA content in Finnish as well, because in the end we try to support people whose Finnish skills are poor to find the Finnish story as well and educate themselves. We have Easy Finnish service, for example, and we cooperate with them a lot. So those are our ways to do it, but we understand the problem of the algos, and it's not in our hands, but that's why we are having this multi-channel strategy.
A question for you. In terms of region, we have Nordics-Baltics, and I'm sure you are collaborating with the Baltic countries. But in recent time, uncertain time, and difficult time of war, proxy wars. For example, in Latvia, they has stopped promoting and broadcasting Russian, for example, language, any kind of news. What do you think, in the near perspective, whether Finland will stop, for example, on Russian or Chinese or Arabic, because we don't know what to expect in so-called FIMI, if you know what I'm talking about, as foreign information manipulation and interference, because you may don't know, but maybe some of your colleagues are working on another country, maybe not. But how you make sure that this strategy will work, and does you see that the government and the society supports this approach in the near future?
Do you mean especially what comes to Russia?
Just it was an example, but
Yeah.
because you have also Arabic, you have also maybe
Yeah.
in near future Chinese, for example, also, which is also, for example, for some huge countries like in UK and in Germany, have a huge connections with China as well. Just an example of Russian language, because we are the neighbors.
Well, if I use Russian as an example, after the Russian invasion to Ukraine, we started also Ukrainian news as a counter power, because 50,000 refugees were seeking home from Finland, and of course they don't know Finnish or Swedish at all in the beginning, and they are traumatized in many ways. So that was our first answer to this aggression. We have done Russian news since 1990. So we have a long history of doing Russian news. And nowadays, reliable Russian news is needed more than ever. And when the war began, we also extended our Russian news coverage for 1 year or so that people would get at least somewhere reliable information, what is really happening in the battlefront and so. So, well, I'm not sure if I've answered your question, but we always monitor, are there languages who are in a big risk of disinformation or misinformation or even propaganda. And that's why we chosen Arabic and Somali. We discovered after multilingual news during COVID-19 case that there are some language groups that don't get access to reliable information. And Arabic and Somali were among those. And there are other languages like Kurdish and Persian who need more information in their own language. But of course our resources are limited and we can't cover all. And we will never get to the phase that we would cover 100% of all our foreign languages. There are over 130 spoken languages in Finland nowadays, so it's impossible. But we try to monitor and find those language groups that are most vulnerable, for example, propaganda and mis and disinformation, and then I try to support them.
So we know that there is Arabic Yle and Russian Yle, but are you largely, like currently, do you have plans for reaching another people group right now, or maybe not in late future?
The honest answer is that I don't know yet. We are monitoring this every year, case by case. What is the situation? What is the need? And we meet individuals and representatives from each language group annually, and we receive feedback. We share ideas, and most important, we build trust with them. So I don't know what will happen. For example, Arabic, Somali, and Ukraine news after this year. This is something that we need to, as a YLE, decide. If you ask me, of course we should continue. I see that the task is not ready. They still need information in their own language. But this is a matter of resources, this is a matter of YLE strategy overall. So let's see, fingers crossed.
Daniel, you want to ask? And then move to Denmark again.
Why did you start working at Yle?
Well, good question. Do we have a time? Yes, we have time. When I was, how old are you? 13. I think I was about 15, 2 years older than you are now, when I decided that I want to be a journalist, and I wanted to be a sport reporter. And I became reporter, journalist. I became sport reporter in YLE first. I worked 13 years in sport department, and now I have been working YLE in 23 years. So before that, before my YLE time, I had, of course, another employees, but now you can count my age and so on. But anyway, that was my passion, to be a journalist someday, and I have been followed that path since that.
Okay, yeah. I was just wondering, you know, when you come as an immigrant to a country, you would in the future like to learn the language, of course, of the country that you're residing in. And one way is by being exposed to media and television in the language of the country you're in. So have you ever thought of doing anything like Finnish language but with Arabic subtitles or something? I was thinking, you know, if they just continuously will always see news and all their programs in the language that they came from, you know, then that's not a good way to learn Finnish. I was just thinking about this.
Yeah. Like I said, with every language, we try to find the best platforms where we operate. TV is not answer anymore. It's answer to Russians in some level, because Russian has a long history to watch TV, and what is said on TV is true. So it's based on that. But for example, these new Somali and Arabic, they don't watch TV. The only way to reach them is through social media and then try to lure them to the wireless other platforms. And actually, we are using Finnish subtitles as well, and we are using Arabic subtitles as well. We operated 1.5 years on Telegram in Arabic, and where we offered our Easy Finnish weekday TV bulletin, 5 minutes long. It's slowly spoken Finnish with Arabic subtitles, and it reached community some way. But then we decided that we have better ways. But in Ukraine, we are still doing the same. And on Telegram, where we have 12,000 followers nowadays, it's the most, favorite clip every day when we are publishing it. So people are learning Finnish at the same time they are seeing the Ukrainian subtitling. I think that's a great combo.
I think if the Danish broadcasting company would make news in Arabic or Somalian or Persian or Kurdish for that matter, I think there would be a major public outcry from especially the right. And the argument would very much in line with what Victoria said, be why don't they learn Danish? Why are they here if they don't even want to participate in society and learn our language? Have the YLE experienced a similar pushback or public outcry?
Yes, we have, especially when we launched the Arabic and Somali news. And like I said, the Finnish party, the right-wing party, challenged us a lot by saying that this doesn't support integration. But come on, Finnish is not an easy language. It takes 3 to 5 years to learn it in a way that you can handle your everyday life. But it takes 7 to 10 years so you can participate to difficult conversations. What happens meantime if you don't have reliable information in your own language, how the society is working, what are the values of the society, what is expected from you, what are the rules of the society? What happens between that? The information vacuum will fill anyway. Do we want to take the risk that it will fill with the propaganda and misinformation? I don't think so.
Last question?
Yeah. It's not a question. It's just like I like you. Like your Ile is really good because you have some on
Thank you.
Swedish. Yeah, you had Anna-Lena Laurén worked for you before, and then now I just heard in the P1 in Sweden. You had your Swedish you have someone who speaks Swedish, but he is a Russian correspondent or correspondent for Russia. There was I don't remember his name, but he was on P1 Morgon.
He or she?
Maybe I don't remember the name. Like it's really hard for me. But still, he was talking about his trip to St. Petersburg nowadays on P1. It was really good. I mean, I didn't expect. I was förvånad. I was surprised. This angle was actually on Swedish public service radio. It was good. I mean, I like your stuff, and this is very interesting because Stockholm. I lived and worked in Stockholm for most part of my journalistic life. is extremely segregated. Like you see it in the media like every time, because I'm white and I'm blonde, so I do not really and I do not sound like a Russian person, but it's always a thing when I start working in Stockholm in media companies, like always like, oh, where are you from? Like, okay, you speak another language. And then I went to I got a job in Malmö, like in southern Sweden, and it was not a thing. Like nobody even thought I do know another language, because there's so many people, they do have like different last names and speak different languages. And it's so not segregated. Like it's a huge difference southern Sweden. And they actually do exactly the thing we do at Sydsvenskan. I don't know if you know this, the newspaper. Yeah. They do exactly this. And it was I was just impressed, nice. I got this feeling from you, from what I was reading. I just wanted to say that. Thank
cool.
you. Yeah.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you very much. Let's make applause. And thank you very much, Marco, for a great presentation. We hope you will join us for our panel discussion. But before the panelists could join already, but let's stand up, everyone. I see that Susan make me a notice that we need to work a little bit to move on. So guys, just take a room for yourself. And let's start, take the right leg. You write your name. So my one is V-A-S, and that's it. Can keep going. Write fully your name. Yeah, made it? The left leg is your family name. No. Oh. Yeah. Okay. And then just make like this. Vanya, show us how you do it. Show us. Yeah. Okay, guys, take some time now. Let's just move on a little bit like this. Yeah, a small exercise. The panelists could start already moving to their places. Please take your chairs. Members of the second panel session, Susan, second panel session. Yeah, sorry. We just smooth up. Marco, you could join also if you want. Leave. The floor is yours. Members of the Leave panel session, guys. Yeah. As I remember, it is... So I would like to call for the panel Karina from Estonia. Yes, we swap. Karina, let's make applause for Karina. Ingrid. Oh, sorry, just... no, Karina, you're correct. No, Karina, you're correct. You're not here. It's a second panel. The panel called Critical Thinking and Fight Disinformation in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. I would like to call Anna-Maria Bali from Folkevika, Katrin Vilima-Otsing from Estonia, artificial intelligence expert, Tatiana Kireva from Sweden, a journalist, and August. Yes, in a second, yeah. Okay?
Yeah. Well, it's already August, isn't it? 21st. More or less. We'll wait for August. You know me, I'll just briefly introduce the speakers. It's a giant panel we have. Anne-Marie Balle, you're first on the list. Welcome. Katrin, you can all read in the brochure to save time. I guess you can read the bios in the brochure. There will be short bios of everyone, except Marco Krappu, but you know Marco Krappu by now after his speech, and thanks for that. Katrin Vilma-Otsing is a marketing trainer and AI expert. Read her bio. Tatiana or Tanya Kireva from Malmö, born in Siberia. Maria Jala is absent. Okay, she's absent. And we're still waiting for August. He'll take the middle chair, right? August? Yes. Middle chair is yours. So we are here to discuss critical thinking and fighting disinformation in the age of AI. That's a broad item, so we have to focus on very few questions. I will have 2 questions for you, but when I was educated a journalist, I learned never to ask 2 questions at the same time, because that would let the interviewee decide which one is easier. So you'll get one at a time. My first question to all of you is, have you ever experienced, or rather give a case on if you have experienced, to find a story, read a story, see a story which you believed was true but turned out to be false? Or did you ever experience a story or a feed you believed was false, which after checking showed to be true? Have you ever been cheated by the media? Marco?
I'm not to be the first one to answer this. I don't want to brag, but I don't recall immediately a story that I would have believed blindly and later on find out that it's nonsense. But that's because I've been journalist all my life, and media literacy have been my second topic in university. So maybe I'm too, well prepared for these kind of scams. But now when I'm talking, nowadays on social media, when the AI has taken the role, I will encounter every day on my feed, which algo is pushing to me, weird videos that you have to check twice that, okay, is this true? Is this made by AI or not? So maybe I remember some case later. I'll let other continue.
Who did you believe did the sabotage against Nord Stream 2? First hand.
In the beginning, yes.
What did you believe in the beginning?
Yes, that it has happened. Yeah, that there was a sabotage behind that.
And who did you believe stood behind?
YLE, our own company.
But stood behind the sabotage?
Yes, if I recall rightly.
Sorry? You believe that YLE stood behind the sabotage?
No. But I read it from YLE.
Okay, yeah. But what did you believe?
You mean who was behind that?
Yes.
I didn't have a villain for that in the beginning.
But YLE published that it
YLE
was Russians,
that
probably.
No, YLE was very careful about not to pointing anyone, because the officials didn't know either, or if they knew, they didn't tell it. So that's why the YLE was very careful and just said that there has been problem. Is it sabotage or not? But I meant that in the beginning I believe that this has been done properly. It's not an accident. That was my first reaction.
Thanks. Anne-Marie, have you ever been cheated by media? Or is it just something other people experience?
I think you put the question wrong, because I don't think it's one information that you get cheated. It's many small informations, and then you get a wrong opinion. I think about, I have some family in US, and they were going, we have an event in China, and they had to have a visa for China, and they should send their passports to the embassy in Washington. They didn't dare to send their passport to Washington. And the result was they didn't participate in the event. So that was not one misinformation about China, but many small misinformations. So that could be my answer.
That's true. In international literature about misinformation, it's also a rule of thumb that disinformation is not like a single story phenomenon. You can even cover over a year a lot of true stories, but selected in a way so the overall picture you give is a false narrative. Thanks. And August?
I remember a couple of years ago a famous Danish TV personality called Anders Lund Madsen, who does a lot of TV shows, and he's very funny and very humoristic. And I think it was on Facebook that there was a story from someone, I think they were called DRK.dk, which is the Danish broadcasting company is called DR.dk, and then it said Anders Lund Madsen is dead, and I believed that. I didn't think much about it. I think I said it to my girlfriend at the time. Anders Lund Madsen is dead, and she said, "Oh my God." And then a couple of days later, I saw a video posted of Anders Lund Madsen saying, "I'm alive." So that's a small example, but I was fooled.
It's a good example because you didn't check, because had you checked, you would probably have seen him alive somewhere.
Yes.
Nice, thank you very much, Maria.
Yeah, I have several, but one that fooled me was about the scientist, that they did some tests with mice. So if you put a mouse inside of a container that is filled with water, they will drown. I don't remember the numbers anymore, but let's say in 2 hours. But if you save them before, give them food and put them back, they will survive like 10 hours. And the social media post was trying to say that hope is a powerful thing. If the numbers wouldn't have been that widely different, it would have been like 2 hours and 3 hours, but it was like 2 or 10. Like, that's why it sounded a bit suspicious. Then I fact-checked it. And the scientist existed. They did tests with mice, but like completely different tests and completely different results. So yeah, that was my story.
So you believed it without checking it?
Yeah, at first it sounded like quite okay, but then like I had a suspicion, so I had to check it.
Did you share it before you checked it?
No, I never share.
August, you shared your story, but not publicly. Only you wouldn't share the feed you got.
No, I never share anything on social media.
Nice. Tanya?
Yeah, you asked me yesterday. I was like thinking about it. I think it wasn't social media. It was on Instagram. It was like a story about I mean, it was it was a man. No, it's not me. I was not fooled by that, but someone else did. I can talk about it later. Yeah.
First,
later.
your own experience,
First, my
please.
own experience. Yeah, it was like social media. It was a story, and I think a short video about like a guy, and he was supposed to be like he said he was a politician. It was somewhere in Russia. It's like very small town. He was very charismatic. He was like talking about like he was funny, and I just like. And I think I had some relatives from that city. So I sent it to them, and they already sent it to everyone. And then I shared it on my stories. Like, he's so funny. And then he was a comedian. Like, it turned out he was a comedian. But it's like,
What was the story? What was the story?
I don't remember. It was this politician who did like some funny stuff. And I was like, shit, there was someone texting me, oh yeah, I also saw him, but she's actually a comedian. I just wanted to tell you. So it was that, but it was... She already, I think of her stepmother already like shared it to the whole like, city. But yeah, now they know him.
Thanks.
Yeah.
You wanted to share another story?
Yeah, this one.
About getting cheated on media?
On media, it was not me, but it was, we have like this.
Share it with us.
We have some like Swedish people here, I guess, right? It was like, you can show this picture.
Coming, here goes.
Yeah. Yeah, you can recognize people. It's like Putin and Xi Jinping, China's leader. It was 2023 when they actually, in real life, they had a meeting somewhere. I don't remember where. But we have this correspondent on Russia on Swedish radio. She doesn't really know Russian so good, but she was she's old now, she's retired. And she was talking about this picture in the like nationwide Studio 1 var det. Nationwide program. She was talking about this picture. It's like, yeah, and then there is pictures and Putin is kneeling. It's a photograph. Putin is kneeling in front of Xi Jinping. And it was so like, if you take it in a political context, it's so unreal that he would do that. So she got confronted by the anchor in this Swedish radio publicly sent program. She's like, no, it's very true, it's true. And then Swedish radio had to make an excuse and apologize because of that. And she was like fooled. And it's an AI generated picture. So it was like widely spread. So if you just Google about this picture in Sveriges Radio, you will get this story in 2023. She was actually like fooled. So it happens. Like even correspondents do those mistakes. And even like then there's a question about the expertise of those correspondents. But it happens, yeah.
Which is the history about the picture? I didn't catch that.
It's an AI generated picture, and it came out when 2023 when those two had a meeting. So she was commenting on this meeting in the radio.
Thanks. I guess we all get cheated if we are fair to truth. Yes, please, Martha.
I remembered a local one from Estonia. When it was COVID time, then people were sharing on Messenger and like private chats information that, police is closing down Tallinn. No one gets to leave or enter. And before police could like officially state that it's all wrong, almost every Estonian had already got the message, I have a friend working in police, they are gonna close down the whole city.
I didn't ask myself. I used to be the general manager of Danish Broadcasting Corporation. I'm not any longer, so now I'm free to throw stones at my own glass house. As we say, Danish Broadcasting Corporation, shortly after the full-scale invasion in 2022, Russia to Ukraine, they created a program, a daily 1-hour program on the main channel, Channel 1, where analysts, researchers, soldiers, generals, and a journalist, and a well-trusted journalist anchor, they would analyze day-to-day pictures from the front lines. And they were commenting on a video footage they received for a full hour, more or less, or a full proportion of the hour. And in Denmark, we have a fact-checking organization. For those of you who can read Scandinavian languages, I can recommend it. It's called TICDE, like checkit.dk. And they got phone calls during that broadcast by families with young teenage boys who recognized the pictures from a war game, from a gaming war game called Arma 2. And normally those teenage boys wouldn't watch television, but suddenly that was the prime moment for Danish radio television. First time they had teenagers watching. But they called and said, this is Arma 2, that's cool, Danish radio uses Arma 2. And Danish radio was presented with a mistake. They actually used Arma 2 pictures, and they had these high-level experts and hosts, studio hosts, to comment on that for a full hour. And they later regretted. This was the 25th of March 2022, and if you go through Danish radio's homepage, you will see all archived episodes of that program for now 5 years, except 25th of March, because they simply depublished, as they call it. They depublished their mistake, and they regretted the mistake fully. The interesting point and learning of this is the answer to the question they got from the fact-checking organization. They asked the editorial team in Danish radio, how could this happen, that a false image from a war computer game entered through all the editorial processes and filters and ended up on primetime television? And their answer was simple. They said, we fully regret, but we simply believed the picture because we got it from the Ministry of Defense in Ukraine. That's to me a learning case that fake news is more important, and critical sense is more important when it comes from sources you believe or you trust, because that's where cognitive bias comes in, where you simply believe some sources and distrust other sources. just to bring my own country into that too, so I'm not just blaming you for getting cheated. August?
Just to add to that, I think that is true for a specific segment of the population. I think the segment to which we all belong in this room, who actually know, sorry, which sources to trust. I think for the broad majority of the countries in Europe, media literacy in general, I think, should be the first priority for people getting their news on social media, TikTok, Instagram, and so on, and for whom there may not be the great distinction between the BBC and a random influencer. I think the goal number one should be to say, check everything.
I would even sharpen it and say, check everything, in particular those you trust. That was my point. I think we should rather move to my next round of questions, which is pretty easy also, I hope, for you. Which is your favorite tool when trying to check a story or a news feed you get? What kind of tools do you use? How do you check whether it's, which I hope you do, how do you check whether it's true or false? Can we do the same order? Marco, sorry to let you first.
It's okay. I'm fine with that. I'm not doing myself any more content, but in my teams we have a clear editorial process.
The citizen also, just as a citizen.
As a citizen, yeah, of course. Well, if I read something from internet, of course I check first the sources, what are behind of that, and depending on the sources, I can, you know, calculate on my head that do I trust them or not. But like you said, you should be suspicious every time, but I'm not that kind of type of man that I will be suspicious towards everything. But in my unit, we have an editorial process that nothing goes published without two eyes. That is our first rule. And if we do translated story from the Finnish story, it has already gone through a very systematic editorial process, so we don't have to repeat that. But anyway, we will check the translation itself. And I miss the old times when we had books where we could, you know, verify the information. Nowadays we don't have. We use internet and find everything there. But then, if we are unsure, we will call to the experts, not just one, maybe two, even three, try to find what is the real answer to this question.
Thanks, and Marie?
Yes, I think it's the same. You have to use several sources to be sure and ask several people about it. And but the problem is the decline of morals, because even if you have a trusted source like the Royal Court, for instance, they could publish wrong or manipulated photos in UK and in Denmark, and you wouldn't think they could do that in 4 or 5 years ago. But it's difficult to find the safe sources or the reliable sources.
It's a sound and healthy rule of thumb I learned when I got educated as a journalist in the 1970s, that never trust one source stories. If you only have one source, never publish. The problem is that the sources are tied together sometimes. I once at an evaluation session in Danish radio when I was responsible for program content. I asked a journalist if he had more than one source on a suspicious item, I don't remember which one, and he said, yes, I have the Reuters, the international news agency, and Ritzaus, the Danish national. But then I asked him to check from where Ritzaus got their news, and they got it from Reuters. So even two source stories are not good enough if the two sources are tied together. So two of each other independent sources, we rephrased our rule of thumb. So never publish unless you have from at least two independent sources. August, which is your favorite tool for checking?
I hadn't really thought about it before you asked me yesterday, and then you introduced me to something called Tin Eyes, which I think I'll start using from now on. I mean, you can never truly be sure that a story is true unless you have experienced it yourself. So you can only sort of build greater security of your own belief in the story, which I agree very much with both you and the others is done through multiple sources, by talking to people, by being critical and doubtful as a tool.
How would you detect whether a picture is AI generated or not? Would you be able to do that? Would you know any sources to consult?
I know now TinEyes, and I know that you can search with Google Photos, and from there you can see if any of the sources that you trust, and if multiple of them have published the picture, or if anything is written about it, or you can also use your common sense and say if a dog is 10 feet tall, it may not be legitimate, or something like that.
Or if the cat has only 2 legs.
Exactly.
Thanks. If we get the time, one of the following days, I will share with you some of the tools we use in education of journalists, how to detect AI images, how to do what is called sometimes photo forensics, you know, like cutting through a photo and analyzing what came first, what is added, what is removed, and whether it's AI or not. There are digital tools. I actually liked, what was her name? Our speaker, our keynote speaker from Estonia, Maya. Yeah, she was an optimist. She was positive. I share her view. I have learned that the moment some new technology is used for fake news, like AI-generated false images, the very same technology can be used to detect it. No technologies do not leave traces. So every time a new technology is used for false news, you can use the very same technology to detect false news. And I'll share a few tools with you one of the following days, I hope. Maria, which is your favorite fact-checking tool?
Well, I would go for it not as a journalist, but like as a person who reads social media or reshare some of the news. So when I do like easier fact-checking, I put it. I think it's out of habit, but Perplexity was one of the first ones who showed the sources, so you can see where does the story come from. You can click on the other ones and read what's written there. For images, this Google search is very good on computers, and on your phone you can have Google Lens. You can photograph almost anything, or like check if it exists elsewhere. And hopefully the situation will get better, because AI has gotten really, really good. Even some of the videos are very, very hard to detect that they are not real, and the technology also fails. But now in August, this EU AI Act is taken into so all of the technologies have to mark. Even the text will get like those invisible markings inside it. So if you copy paste some texts, Claude was the first one to announce that they will introduce it. Then the computers will know that it's AI generated, but it's invisible to the human eye. So tools like this will definitely surface soon.
Yeah, we call it watermark in Danish at least. Tanya?
Yeah, I had like one more. I just came up with a story I just wanted. So like job-wise, I would go to authorities and get official information. But sometimes like you need to check the facts and you need to check like the numbers and stuff. Like I work a lot, like this summer I work a lot with the breaking news and crimes, and then you have to be fast and you have to be accurate, because otherwise criminals would call me like, oh no, this was wrong about my girlfriend. Like happens all the time. But there was one story like for a couple of weeks ago in Malmö in southern Sweden when you could not check with authorities. And it was like, I live in the city center and I heard a helicopter flying like over like the house I can see like in front, and the building in front of me. And it was like it was flying very low. You could hear it, and it was black. It was black. And then I come to work at 7 a.m. the next morning. I'm like, did you hear the helicopter? It's like, yes, I did hear the helicopter. I did see the helicopter. Like my colleagues were talking about it. And there's someone else was like, yes, but it was like there and there. And we could like locate how it was flying. So we called the police. And the thing is, Sweden doesn't own so many helicopters. And I know it from like further reporting. It can be like emergency helicopter. Then you would see it that's like ambulance helicopter. And then there is a brand, how you say that? Like to the fires, when the fire, yeah, the fire brigade, they do, they rent helicopters. So they rent 6 at least. So there is a private company owning helicopters. So I called them and I'm like, was it your helicopter? They're like, no, it wasn't ours. And you would understand it's red, they said. I'm like, yeah, okay, it's not there. It's not ambulance. I called the police, like, if it was ours, you would see that because we have only one in Malmö. We have only one. We did not fly yesterday. I'm like, okay. And then I called the defense. I'm like, no, we don't know anything about that, you know? But we did see this helicopter, you know? What was it? It was not private. So sometimes you can check it.
It's the Russians.
Yeah. They would know that because once it did happen because you know Östersjön, yeah, you know this you have like this between Denmark and Sweden, like the sea, yeah, Öresund. There is like the boats go up to Russia, and sometimes it's Russian boats, Russian ships.
It's international waters.
Exactly, they can do that, and then the defense would confirm that, but they didn't confirm about the helicopter. So sometimes you cannot, but it was not an illusion. Many people could see that. So it's like also like, who should we trust?
Thanks. And which is your favorite fact-checking tool? If you
yeah, fact-checking tool. Favorite is Google Pictures. You can show this one. I did a piece on this woman. She was fooled on million crowns, like more than it was like maybe 100,000 euros. So she was fooled on this money from a man she've never met. So it was like a man. She was like trying to text her. They met on Happy Pancake. I've never heard. It's like some kind of. She said it's free Tinder, but this woman, she was very empathic and she was like very easily manipulated, obviously. And this man was sending a lot of pictures to her. It's like, that's me, and this is like where I live and stuff. And she didn't recognize that she was full until the bank refused a loan. Like the next loan she wanted to take, like, okay, we think that you are actually full, you need to report to the police. And this was the thing is, all of this could be, she could like escape all of it. It could not have happened if she just Googled the pictures. Because then she didn't know you could do that. She didn't know they could do that. But the thing is, it was very easy because all the pictures he sent to her were republished on many places. You would just Google one of them, you would see that he is not the owner of that picture. And then she got help from a friend and like she recognized that she was fooled. But yeah.
That's an announcement for Google reverse image search or Google image search.
Yeah, just Google a picture.
Thanks
it's very easy.
I think we are running out of time. August can comment, and also Marco.
Yes, no, it's just a comment. I think that what we're talking about on stage is very good, and it's necessary to have these tools in an age of AI, where a lot of images and a lot of stories are fake. But I also think, almost as a prerequisite for future democracy, that we need something more. And I agree very much with you, Leif, that if you regulate propaganda, it becomes censorship. So in order to combat propaganda, one needs a strong democratic culture. But I think what we're talking about here, where it's disinformation and misinformation, often produced with AI, I think that regulation is absolutely pivotal. And I would go so far as to say that generating false images with the use of artificial intelligence should be illegal, because I don't think that anyone aside from a small media elite would have the competences and the media literacy to actually distinguish false from true. And of course it has to be sort of in synthesis with a strong critical sense and a strong media literacy and a strong cognitive resilience and so forth. But I really do believe that in order for media and democracy to survive, we need strong regulation and strong, I would even call it censorship actually.
That's a controversial one. And it's discussed, and I wouldn't oppose regulation. I'm just warning that regulation is twin sister to censorship, because who are the regulators? Would you believe
the democracy?
American regulation or Chinese regulation? All countries have regulations. In Denmark, we have a prime minister who just last week suggested that content on the internet shouldn't be allowed for children in order to protect them. And that's what goes again in Russia and China and in the US. Regulation is always in order to protect the citizens from getting false, which is sometimes defined as unwanted information.
I agree very much that governments shouldn't control the what's it called, indhold, subject, content at all. What we're talking about here is the format, and I think the format is absolutely devastating to democracy and media as we know it.
And that's very optional, actually. A suggestion has been made already that if you publish an AI-generated image or an image generated by help of AI, you have to state it. And that would be possible, actually, for a regulation. That would not be banning, that would only be flagging. So flagging instead of banning is a better tool.
But haven't you always been cheating in media? You have been manipulated photos, and you have been writing wrong things about people. It's just going to be, it's doing much faster now, and you get it worldwide. That's a difference.
Absolutely. I have a huge collection of press failures and misinformation from before the internet was invented. That's true.
So there's still the same law, but it's just difficult to håndhæve to.
In our youth, we had the filters, being the mass media. In the medieval age, they had the church. We had the mass media. I grew up with a monopoly. Only the state operated radio and television when I was educated. We always had like filters. Now it's unfiltered. When I got educated as a journalist, we called journalism for journalists for gatekeepers. Like we had the keys to the room of information, and every morning we would shout, "Here's yesterday's news," and we would have filtered it. Today it makes no sense to call us gatekeepers because there are no gates, since there are no doors, there are no roofs and ceilings of the house. Everybody can access exactly the same information as journalists can. So we are promoting actually now journalists to change their self-identity from being gatekeepers to being guides, which is sharing their tools, sharing their fact-checking tool case with the audiences. I think sorry, I forgot you, Marco.
May I share?
I also feel bad about timing.
Short, funny story at the end. This happened back in when I was a sport reporter. We got a tip from a very reliable source that one Finnish top athlete has given a positive doping test. Of course, he was a skier. Who else in that time? But we were struggling that how we could, tell it to the audience. We have only one source, reliable, but we don't have anything else. The Ski Federation wouldn't tell anything, athlete won't say anything. Then the source said that he got a tip that this athlete has to enter the anti-doping office next day to give his statement to them. So we took a car, cameraman, and we sit there in a car in a parking lot, waiting that guy to appear. Camera ready on. It was like a James Bond movie or so. I was in the back seat, and my reporter was in the front seat, and cameraman. And then this guy came, and he went in. 1 hour later, he came back, and then we rushed towards. What was your business there? What happened? We have heard that you have given positive. And he didn't have any other choice than admit that, okay, yes, there are some problems in my test, and all was recorded. So this was a great tactic back then, but nowadays I don't think it would work.
Thank you very much. If I may, I have a home lesson for all of you for tomorrow, from now on. I have a story which I have seen on some media. 1 month ago, during the wildfires in Spain, you all remember the wildfires in France and Spain, I got the piece of information that either France or Spain or both were in possession of the best firefighting helicopters. This is a helicopter story. Helicopters in the world. They were produced in Siberia, where they have great experience or bad experience with wildfire, and they use helicopters to drop water. And they have developed what is recognized as the best wood fire fighting helicopters in the world. But they couldn't use them because they were hit from the sanctions, the EU sanctions. So they were not allowed to pay the Russians to use the Russian helicopters, but they were on ground when the fire was burning. Is that true or not? Let's discuss tomorrow.
Thanks a lot. And we will do a quick second panel, and then we go for lunch. Okay?
No, but now we have to do it after.
Oh, sure?
Yeah, it's better because
okay.
It's like 10 minutes.
Okay, then I will cut a little bit lunch then. Is okay? 45 minutes for lunch.
No, I think it's better we do it after. Otherwise.
Okay, let's do our lunch.
Yeah.
And we are back here at 1:45 or 1:30. 1:30. 1:30, yeah? 1:30. Now you have 45 minutes for lunch. Yeah. And then 1:30, we're here back.
But it's just 40 minutes.
45 minutes.
To eat and to run to the mall.
We will get something for you. Maria will take you. Yeah.
Okay, my name is Susanne Kalamara, and I come from Göteborg in Sweden, which is on the west coast. How many of you have been to Sweden? Sweden, almost everyone, I guess, it's close. And to Göteborg? A few of you, yes. And as we say, it's the face of Sweden, and Stockholm is the bottom. You know, it actually looks like a bottom. We have this kind of friendly animosity between these two cities, but I welcome you to Göteborg as soon as you can. Okay, so I will try to moderate this panel of youngsters, as you usually say, Vasily. Me, myself, I belong to the oldsters. So I'm doing my 42nd year as a teacher now, and this is where it gets you. Okay. Well, we are, famous for our sense of humor in Göteborg. Let's hope I share it with you. I have a panel with me today. I welcome first Gregor, Estonia. Okay. Welcome, psychology student. Yes. Yeah, it still applies. Yeah, you get to pick the chair first. Okay, and then we have Albert, Denmark, journalist. And the next person is Valeria, Finland, school student. Welcome. I think we really got down in age now, didn't we? And Anja, of course, from my own school. So. And Daniel, you're welcome too. Welcome. You were not in my list, but you are so welcome. More welcome. Okay. And it's Finland, isn't it? Yes. Yeah. Okay. So let's see now. I sort of studied the audience, as you said, while sitting here. And I noticed that you are a lot online, like myself. So show of hands now. How many of you have been online now the last minute? Not so many? Yeah? Okay. So it seems like you are more. Maybe you belong to I'm like an old species of the offline world. I'm one of the few, I guess, that have lived longer in the offline world than in the online world. But now I present this panel, people who live the online world 24/7. It's my opinion, at least, that they do. Okay, so we have a lot of incredible voices from Nordics, Baltics, and we try to find out how they think we can find a healthy balance in the digital noise or in the digital world. So let's jump right in. And for the whole panel, I want you to just tell me what you see as the biggest challenge with this 24/7 connection when it comes to young people's well-being, identity, ability to concentrate. What do you think could help? You know maybe that in Sweden now we have up to grade 9. Now they are not allowed to use the phones. They are locked in the morning. You get them when they leave. Is this a good way to deal with this or not? Or do you have other restrictions or ideas? So, I guess, Anja, you start. What do you think is the main problem, that we are connected all the time? And is there anything you can do about it, or should we just accept facts?
Well, I think there should be more control, of course. And I don't know, really.
No, so some kind of control.
Yeah.
More control. So could we prolong this restriction to upper secondary school, or are people too old when they are between 16 and 18?
I think teenagers are up to 16 want to do their own thing, of course. So it's, of course, harder to control them if they also start earlier, because then they will realize that, it's kind of boring to follow those rules and they want to do something else.
So you are not for a ban in upper secondary school as well?
No.
Okay, Valeria, is it?
Okay, so for my opinion, the biggest problem with that connection is that children start to use cell phone and mobile phone and social media very young. Like I've seen some 6-year-old on TikTok and on social media, like just using anytime watching YouTube. And I think that when it comes to problems, when the identity starts forming at 13 or at the teenage age, the views on life and stuff, we can see a lot of harmful opinions online, like polarizations, and it can affect young minds and affect it like long-termly. So it can affect their views for their identity, how they identify. Sorry, yeah. And
so
I think
you are for like having this ban on social media for young children, or up to the age of 12, or is it 15 or 18?
I don't know. So I know the opinions about that are really like mixed. Some think that everyone should use it. I really think that children under 10 years, they don't need like in any future any social media. They just can have like childhood and without TikTok or Instagram. So it's not like
yeah, I mean, will you give your own children a phone, and at what age in the future? What do you think?
Okay, I would probably like give them a phone, of course, for contact, like at the maybe when they go to school, and they can watch some videos probably online. But then when it comes to talking to people like freely and using social media freely without any like control, I would wait for teenage year and maybe 13, 12 years old. So they can really form at least some views on life, and then I would talk with them about how do you behave online and what do you should not listen, and discuss really this topic, because I know that the restrictions brings the wanting to do this thing. So if I just say, no, you can't use the TikTok or Instagram, of course they want to use it, like, and in that case, so I would just talk with them about this thing.
Okay, I wish you luck. To stand the pressure, I remember. Okay, Gregor, what's your opinion about this all the time connection we have?
Yeah, I think the problems are very individual. You don't have a universal truth here. I think the problems start when it affects your real life badly, not well, because you can use power of social media to enhance your life as well. And if you're doing that 8 hours a day, it's not a problem maybe. But if it drags you down, then you will definitely feel it.
So you think it should be like the person himself or herself decides on their own?
Sure, and we start with education, something that we do here right now. But maybe it shouldn't be allowed to use fully, like 100%, if we talk about kids. Yeah.
So what is it like in Estonia? Do they hand in the phones in grammar school up to 15, or are they allowed to keep it in their bag, or what are the rules for you?
Well, in university, there are not rules that are that strict. I don't know about the other schools, to be honest. I think it depends on school again. Yeah, and parents.
So there are no national laws like we have now from this semester?
None that I am aware of, no.
No?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go to you. What opinions do you have on the matter?
I think that with all of us basically from the age maybe of 6 at this point being chronically online, we've lost at least the sense of community that I grew up with. The way we play, or the way that kids play today, is much more online based, and communication is less person to person but more screen to screen, I would say. So in this way we don't have the same understanding of each other. We don't have the same sense of humanity. we see it online, and this is not only young people, this is all ages, that it's easier to write something online. So you can also create a form of depression for everybody because you don't have this human feel we all talked so much about during COVID, that we can't see each other. And in this way, we also lose some sense of humanity and a sense of understanding each other as people and not just as characters on a screen.
Okay, Daniel, would you like to add to the discussion, or what's your opinion, or what are the rules here?
My opinion is that probably a child could use a phone, but only when he does what he needs to do. For example, take out the trash, go to school, do his homework, study for a test, and then he can do whatever.
Such like a reward, then you can be online and on any media, or...
Yeah, on any media.
Okay, so do you think a lot of people your age agree with you that it will be impossible to start all over with new rules?
Probably.
Okay, so if we go to one problem with social media and how they influence young people is the way they compare themselves with each other or with the photos, pictures found online. So, Anja, what do you feel about that? Is it like that? We discussed together that children often forbid their parents to post some pictures. I always have to ask permission from my children. Is it okay if I post this picture? I say, no, not that one. And if I by mistake post one, they call me right away the second I have, posted it. So do you think it works like that now we have this pressure to look always perfect online?
Yeah, I think it's very hard for teenagers to understand that everybody isn't perfect. So, of course, they were always compared to achievements and lifestyles and looks by just seeing an influencer online, maybe doing an ad for a makeup product, and it just makes you look perfect after, but that's not always really how it is. And yeah, it could be a little pressuring sometimes to see that kind of stuff when you're young and everything.
Yeah, okay. Valeria, do you agree? Did you edit your picture that was in this brochure here? Or
no,
was it just a natural one?
Okay.
Because when I watch those photos, I see both. I can see that mine was not edited. But, well, it's on me. Okay.
Yeah. So I think it's a really harmful topic. For teenagers, it's very harmful because just the identity starts to form, and you views on yourself and everyone is starting to form. You see those ideal pictures of teenagers or more adults, and you just compare yourself all the time, your body, your face, but you cannot actually say how those influencers, those perfect influencers, really live. So it's just a picture. It does not show the full reality of the person. So I think it's actually just a piece, but it can affect how young people and teenagers view on themselves.
Do you think there is any measure, any way to stop this, or we just have to learn how to live with it?
Actually, I think we should learn, because we cannot just say to everyone on the internet, stop editing your pictures or stop using face-up stuff and Snapchat filters or something. Just we cannot just cancel this. So we actually need to teach young people about that. It's not real, and you don't need to compare yourself to those people. You just need to live your life.
Yeah. Okay. Gregor, you as a psychology student, what changes do you see in young people's well-being and self-image? Has it to do with being digitally stimulated all the time, or has it to do with something else? So do you think they are affected, the young people's well-being and self-image, by being online all the time?
Maybe their expectations are a little bit different, maybe more towards novelty, and more like, so if you try to teach them something, you need to think it through, so it would be maybe a little bit more entertaining as well. So like boring lectures are even more harder now. Maybe that's something that teachers need to do differently, or how do you feel?
Yeah, of course. I think that they have a very small lapse of concentration, that you cannot have a full lesson where you teach something for 30 minutes any longer. You cannot manage. Hopefully we have 10 or 15 minutes where we can keep the concentration, I think. But and I don't see how we can go back. We just have to rethink. Okay, Albert, do you have any opinions on this matter of well-being connected to online?
I would say I didn't edit my picture for this program, first of all. This is how I naturally look. But besides that, I actually agree with you that I don't think we can go back to how it used to be when I grew up, for example. That we have our phones now, and of course we can limit the use of them in schools. We can set age restrictions on how people can use them. But we can't go back in the sense that we don't have phones anymore. So we need to require tools and train our own mental health and get back to a time, when I grew up, I wanted to watch a lot of TV. And my parents would always say, as many of you may have heard, that it's important to be bored sometimes. And I think we need to, in some way, get back to that notion that we don't need to be chronically online all the time, but take breaks, maybe for 15 minutes. When you have a break in your class, you don't need necessarily to go on TikTok or Instagram, but just shake your body and get some other energy in your body instead.
Yeah, but I got aware of it when we had the national test of English, and there was one 20-minute break, and we had all their phones locked up, and they could not get it during those 20 minutes. And one boy, 18, cried. He cried during recess because I said, no, you cannot have the phone. Now you have it after the test in 40 minutes. So and then I got a bit, afraid or scared. My God, he's actually, crying for real because I took the phone.
We are so reliant on them. I went hiking a year ago or something like that, and just realized, also talking to my grandparents after that I have a map. I have everything I need on my phone all the time. I have 24/7 connectivity to find my way around the city, to call my parents if somebody's sick. We have a real dependency, so we've got away from that. So we need to also integrate it in a way, I still think.
Okay, Daniel. So what do you think? Do you think it's good that parents, that you can they can follow you everywhere? They can follow where you are, they can find you. Is that security or is it stalking?
I mean, I think it's a good thing because I forget my phone and my mom just can't see where it is. So there's nothing bad about it in my opinion.
No, okay. Because sometimes it's good that you can actually follow the children, but they can also not go off on their own and, end up in dangerous situations any longer. Almost not. Okay. If they are not online, which might happen. Okay. So we talked about before fake news and real information. So if I start with you, Daniel, how do you tell the difference? What do you trust? What don't you trust?
I mean, I never really trust anything. I just look at it.
Okay. It's the same. You don't trust anything online?
I don't even trust myself, to be honest. No, a joke, of course, but I don't, by instance, trust anything. I try to use my knowledge of the world and see, okay, does this make sense, what I see here? And look for more sources, as our previous panelist said. Does this make sense from what I know? And if it doesn't, could this still be true? And how would that make sense?
Do you think that young people are more suspicious of what they see online compared to? Because my mother-in-law, she is 80 plus, and she came to me and said, you know, I have a date with this very famous singer in our city. And I said, are you sure? Yes, and he's 40 years younger and he still wants to meet me. And I said, I don't think it's him, but it's his picture. It's his picture, it's him. And then I thought, I don't think a young person, maybe. Or what do you think?
Did she ever meet him? I just
no, there was
okay,
no
I thought
meeting,
so.
no rendezvous there. No.
I think somebody brought up the point earlier, actually, that younger people are more ready to look critically at what they see online at this point. Traveling around Eastern Europe, especially Kazakhstan, I realized that a app like TikTok is very used also by the older public, and they just doom scroll every day and look at information that might be pro-Russian or pro-state narrative or anything like that. Young people, from what I know at least, are better at just standing and thinking about, as I said, does this make sense from what I know, and not just trusting blindly what they hear.
Yeah, okay. So now for you, Gregor, what is the worst pressure on young people from the online world or social media, do you think, in your opinion? What is the worst thing?
Worst thing, okay. Well, we talked about comparison before, right? I think this is something that comes naturally. We don't even understand it or see it maybe in ourselves. We just maybe feel bad after we have been in social media. So it kind of sneaks up on you. And I think maybe isolation as well. So if you're already isolated and you can maybe feel better in social media, maybe, or even, I don't know, watching movies or something like that, it draws you away even more from real life and making friends there. But at the same time, there's an opportunity to find peers that you maybe don't find in your town. So it's how you use it again. Yeah.
Yeah. So there are both pros and cons. Okay. So I thought, now let's hear, Valeria, how do you find a balance between offline and online world? What do you do? Do you put away your phone, or is it there all the time?
I actually found like an app which locks your phone until you do some task. Like I put it on a pause for like hour for first, and then I was just doing my school tasks and stuff, and it actually helped. So yeah, when you just...
So what is the name of the app?
I don't remember, but I think it's plenty of them. It's not an ad. So
no.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of this kind of apps, and it actually helps because when I have like my phone right next to me and I see some messages up at the screen, and I'm just like, I want to distract myself for a second and answer, but then it takes like, I open TikTok and then Instagram, and it like it's midnight already. Like I
know, it's so creepy. Like in the middle of night, you can just whoop, you hear it or you see the light and you have to check. Okay, what do you do, Anja, to stop your online world, or are you open all the time?
Well, I do watch stuff on my phone a lot and I get stuck, but I really like to focus on myself and what I can do, like, for example, a hobby. I really like drawing or listening to music, so I can just, like, close myself out of the world or whatever, and, just try to ignore that I have a lot of notifications and stuff, and just try to do something that's
But it's
fun.
hard, isn't it? It's really
It's
hard.
very hard, but sometimes phones like usually have that thing where you can close notifications, so it's just off the whole time, and it helps a lot.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Because I watch this at my gym class when I do like the body pump, and between every exercise, some of the younger they watch the phone. They have time to take the phone and watch it, and then we take the next one. And I'm fascinated that they can't from 1 hour just leave it. No, they check between exercises, and those are 10 exercises, 10 times in an hour. Daniel, do you do that? No? So how do you solve it?
My mom has family link.
Okay. Okay. So you hand over responsibility. Okay. So, and you, Albert?
As I said before, I think I'm chronically online, so I look at my phone as the first thing in the morning, as the last thing in the evening. I use it for my job, so I use it to stay connected. When I sometimes at least try to push it away, I go on a hike. I try to, again, be with friends, be with... I would praise myself on that when I'm actually with people, I don't look at my phone. I try and sit and talk with them, and then hours can go by. But when I'm working, I need to look at it because I need to check the news.
But I know, like my headmistress, she says to me, "Oh, it's so good. I can always get hold of you, even in the middle of the night or during the weekend." I said, "Is it really good?" She can actually, but I don't. And maybe that's the way we're going with jobs. Or what do you think, Greg? Are you online for your boss? Big boss can get hold of you anytime.
I was, yeah, but then I was too active in Slack actually, and I just deleted the app from my phone. So I decided that whenever I need to work, I have my computer anyways, so I'll open it there, and when I leave work, I don't have to open it. It's just a decision actually.
So I don't think we should make our bosses get used to that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to wrap this up now, and I have one final sort of question for you. Name one thing you think would improve young people's digital. It could be something you have already said, but just to repeat. As at home, in schools, in social media, in your daily life, one thing you would like to see it changed in. Daniel, you start.
Screen time, probably.
Yep, screen time, yep.
I would say age restriction on social media.
Yep.
No phone 1 hour after waking up and before going to bed.
Okay. Good advice.
Yeah, I actually support this. Everyone, parents should watch their children, not to give them very early permission to have phone, and some catching apps like TikTok for scrolling and stuff. Do not get addicted. And yeah.
Yeah, and Anja?
Maybe talk about it in school, because there's a lot of people in your age rank, in your class of course, and maybe they know stuff that could help by putting away your phone or something. Yeah.
Okay. So to wrap things up, maybe I can make a challenge to you in the room. Can you be completely screen-free for the next 30 minutes, starting now? No one. No checking notifications. No scrolling. Let's get back to the offline world. If you can. If you can. Thank you to brilliant panelists, and a round of applause for them.
Dear participants, we start, as I understand, the last panel for today, and it will be mostly news panel again, and I'll be moderating it. And for experts, there will be Karina Reisel, Tallinn Technical High School, Estonia, Ingrid Rausap, Learner's Basement, Maria Hardina, student and volunteer in Pinky Luiko, and Valeria Wolfgang-Simonova, University of Copenhagen. Today we're here to discuss influencers and civic participation. Social media, it's mostly engaging platform for youth, and maybe those leaders in social media are one of those who lead the youth. And not only, we moved from classical media sphere more to our phones, and this rate and velocity of gaining the speed and information is different now. I have a few questions for you, and it's mostly about good practices and how do you deal with that. And my first question to you is open microphone. Anybody who ready can answer it. And about building trust and dialogue in digital communities. What are the best or good practices from your country or organization?
Hello, hello. Well, I find myself working in two spheres, so both in journalism and in civil society. And in both spheres, what we want to is to make people care and to engage. I work in a magazine where I'm chief editor, where we want to explore Eastern Europe and counteract stereotypes. And then I work in something called SILBA, where I'm press coordinator, and we do EUMs, which is election observation missions, mostly in Eastern Europe. And as I said, we want to make people care and engage, but we also have a responsibility not to make complex societies to simple stories. And you know, when you have an article, whether it's academic or not, it's really easy to go in depth and to explore and to give a whole picture. But when you are on social media, you have to make a story quick. You cannot have the time to go in depth and write a whole long article. And there, in my two jobs, we think a lot about how do we do this where we still have the responsibility to be true to the story and not just have a click effect, which is very, very hard when you do things on social media, you know, because nuanced is maybe not as sexy as something that is outrageous, you know. So when we go to Eastern Europe, especially I come from Denmark and we have Danish participants, when Danish participants comes to Eastern Europe, it's really easy to compare yourself to Danish standards of democracy or high trust and so on, then see something is different and then conclude different is worse. And what I make very sure for the participants to understand is when we are in social media, we don't say these opinions out loud. So we don't go to Hungary for the election and conclude Orban is super terrible and super undemocratic, because this is not going to create dialogue and understanding with the Hungarian people. So this is one way that in my works we think a lot about the responsibility of not making complex societies to like simple points.
Okay, I can continue. I work at Folk High School in Sweden, and we use social media platforms as a main place to log the new students. And the last year it was students who create all content and made some videos describing our courses, and they said what we do at school, why should new people choose just use us? And it was a good idea to give floor to our students, because they know better how to create content that brings some interest in others, and we use it a lot. And it was a success, because this year we have 60 students in gymnasium. Last year it was 45, so I guess it was a good idea to use social media as a platform for find some new students and give young people opportunity to create something that is interesting for just them.
Yeah, I think it depends, like, on interests, and if some people, like in school, they have the same interest and they're like making in social media some groups and they can easily make dialogue there, or like if some people have some hobbies and they have another interest and they talk there about another stuff. So yeah.
We are trying to just show more of how we are working together, our community. We are working sometimes, Technical Gymnasium is working sometimes with hospital that's near our building. Thus it's, yes, most of our news are about supporting each other and how we work together and how we try to build something all the time.
Yep, thank you for great points. And human beings are mostly social beings. And one of the two topics that I cross for, one were community, and we need to work together. And the second one, that today's channels, advisors, or social media news are creating our identity. It's not more what are you searching for, but whom are you listening to? And my second question, mostly about media and YouTube and Reels, because mostly used now with the clipping thinking, and why are the podcasts are still so vital and so popular nowadays, why people consume it. We can see the Reels from the podcast, from the short videos, but people still go and watch the whole video for 1 or 2 hours.
Yeah, I think that some people they like to listen to some stuff, like for example while walking or making homework or just some work stuff, and sometimes it's like not very useful to listen to music and they listen to podcast maybe, or if it's like some mood to, if some person is interested in some topic, then he can find some podcast about it and listen just about that. Maybe, yeah.
Yes, words become a noise that cancels out and you can study sometimes. Sometimes just the topic and motivation from the short reel is so interesting, so catching, that you want to watch the whole thing and understand. That's why we are here. We want to understand, we want to check everything, and we watch the full 2 hour, 4 hour, 8 hour podcast, then we can at least compare it to everything else.
Well, I think curiosity is in many ways a main component of us human beings. And the Danish delegation just had a podcast where we talked about the wonders of social media. And here Leif had a great point that when he grew up, he only had his little community in his little city. He didn't talk to anyone from abroad or anything. And that really sparked his curiosity, you know, he wanted to get out there. And I think this is very human and normal. And the wonderful thing about today is through social media that we can gain so much access, you know. There's often something that can entertain your curiosity nowadays in podcasts, because there are so many topics that are being talked about. And I think this is why it's still so popular, because you don't have to go. It's lovely that we all went here today to hear our interesting points, but you can also now often get this at home, get this curiosity satisfied by listening to a podcast, for example.
Maybe it also depends on language, because podcast is made not only by professionals, but like all of us. Everybody can make it, and the language is simple and interesting for auditory.
Yeah, thank you. And also one thing that I want to cover, that when we watching the reels and just having this roller coaster all day, for the reels, they're really unpredictable. We don't know what reels is gonna be next. Will it be a cute cat? Will it be something more serious for curiosity, for technical stuff to study, or to will something negative? We never know. And this what creates also is known fake dopamine. And when we get to the podcast, it also can help to neutralize this part when we know that this story will be pretty predictable. We know that we cover some of the points and we'll go deeper in them. And it will take longer than 5 minutes. And studying now is really different also in the schools. We can use AI, we can use whatever we want, but when it's come to real test, what we really know, here comes the information and real test from the life, like when teacher asks to answer you, to rephrase what you learn or gained from this information. And we also want to cover more polarization nowadays in social media, also in civil society, and how we can raise awareness of important social issues among our peers when traditional methods and formal appeals no longer work.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. Yeah, sure. How can we raise awareness of important social issues among our peers when traditional methods and formal appeals no longer work?
What traditional methods no longer work?
Let's go for a family when they get together and speak about some topic for the kids. When we go to social media, it's pretty much the same when we go to kindergarten or just on the street and meet new people, new methods, new thoughts that we hear, and how we can be aware of that, what to listen, what to absorb, and how to spread information, for example.
Because we get an overload of information nowadays as well.
There's two ways of getting information. Traditional one from television, radio, newspapers, from parents or neighbors, or new way of getting it, social media, digital sources and so on. So, how do you think, which one is a difficult one?
Which one is a difficult one?
Yeah. What to expect? Will we moving on to the future? Future way of getting on? More digitalized?
I think this is also just what we talked about earlier, that this is also just a natural continuation, no? 200 years ago there wasn't any radio, and now we have radio. So this is a natural continuation that now we're just getting the sphere of information broadened up. Yeah?
So it's called now, I think, third revolution, digital revolution, right? So what do you think they expect to do in the future, near future, what do you expect? What do you think? How we will receive the information? The next revolution, what will it begin about? Right now it's a revolution of artificial intelligence. You agree with me? Yes?
The future is now.
Yeah. So what we expect in the future? Well, what you expect as a young people? You will be the ruling the next generations. I mean, you already will be in the power.
Well, one thing is what I expect and what I hope for. And I think I hope for something to counteract this, which I think we are already beginning to see. This whole discussion we've already had and what we also discussed in the panel debate, should we restrict social media in schools and so on? This is my hope a bit, because I think we've already gone too far. And I was talking to some of the people here my age. I grew up, I think until at the age of 10, there wasn't any social media. And then when I became a teenager, it became there hugely. And I have then seen sort of the childhood, the innocent childhood without, and also the teenage years with. And I think that when my generation will start to have kids, that we will be really aware of what social media has done, I hope. But another important point about this is also that I think if you come from a resourceful home where you have a lot of attention and, you know, 2 parents and grandparents and so on, everyone can help. But if you have not so many resources, the phone and the media is so easy to give to the kids and young people, you know, then the parents can get some quiet time. So I think in the future we will unfortunately also see resourceful homes. They will be able to avoid social media and talk to each other. What have you learned today in school? What do you care about the world? Where less resourceful families, unfortunate, will just be these zombies, which I think we have to be very careful and observant of, also from the society standpoint, to not lose people in this digital new revolution and world.
Kind of digital zombies.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the thing is that the world changed a lot and very fast, and we have a lot of things that we can use, but I think we don't know how, like AI, for example, and I don't think I don't think we know how to use it right yet. And I'm not sure, I don't really know what happens like in the future, maybe 10 years, but I think it's scary. Maybe it will be very, very bad, or maybe if we'll check this problem, then we'll have to know how to make like solutions, and yeah.
Do you feel that you need the guidance from the elders in terms of the artificial intelligence? What you personally think?
I'm not sure.
You said just it's scary.
Yeah.
So what scares you? If you can say something.
I think maybe I'm scared that I don't know, like I have no idea of what will be.
Unknown.
But the elder
Yeah.
generations don't necessarily know more than us. That is why it's also sometimes scary, because we don't
Yeah.
have elders to ask, what did you do, Dad, when you had AI and you were 20 years old? You know, that's the
Yeah.
scary part, that we are the beginning of this new thing, I feel
Yeah,
sometimes.
maybe because maybe 5 years ago I didn't know that AI would be just like it is right now. So yeah, that scares a bit.
Yeah, I totally agree, because our generation is those who started this, I think, but our children and those who came after, they will be more experienced, and I hope more. They become to understand more how to be, how to use it correctly and not get in troubles connected with it.
We will be boomers now, sitting on their iPhones. We'll just be that with AI. Yeah.
But we can teach this, what we know now, and then they just go further.
Thank you.
Yes, I agree. I agree with all the fears and hopes. It really depends not only on the family values, but overall how you look at the world, whether you believe something or not. Some families are more isolated from children. They work, children are alone, they can't help with homework. If they can't help with homework, how can they spend time with the child? If they don't spend time with the child, then there's a problem again with the desolation. And that continues and continues. But on the other hand, we have families who accept digital and AI and everything else, and also they spend their quality time with the child, with their family.
Just one quick point. Yeah, I think the worst case scenario is this, if you've read Victor Pelevin, Pakalinje Pe, Generation P, this, that we all become these, as we also said, zombies who just, and even the politicians are not real. Now we have deepfakes. We don't know if a superstar was in a porn movie or not, and there's the news, and we don't know anything. But I think the good thing, like in the 80s also, people were so afraid of the television and this consumerism, and people will just never have contact with their family. And I think my parents' generation, they turned out fine, you know. So that is the hope in humanity, that no matter how many digital threats, if you want to call it that, or good things, we are human and we are social beings, so we just find new ways to coexist.
Opinion of people drastically changed regarding AI. In the start, some of us were thinking that it's gonna be like in Terminator. We'll be slave for AI or in Matrix, but it's really not. Now they changed, and now we partly afraid that we don't know what it's gonna be look like still, but we don't know how it will affect us socially, mentally, how to really use the AI. Do I really need to use an AI? Or will it be just like a toy, or it will be for the rest of my days? And those are the questions that, with the question mark still, and we speak mostly about those skills of 21st century skills. There are a lot of them: communication, critical thinking. But I have questions for you and also for the audience. What is the one specific superpower that every young person needs to develop right now in order to be ready not for the next century or this century, but for the upcoming years?
Well, I think a thing that I always thought was very important that a high school teacher told me was this classical thing that there is not such a thing as stupid questions. I think especially in this time of AI and digital world where we don't know what is right and wrong and if we're using things right or wrong, it's this continuation of there's never any wrong questions. So it's super fair to say, I don't know if I'm using this right or wrong. I don't know if this image is right or wrong. Then someone can maybe help me figure it out, you know? Which I think we maybe don't do too much because it's a bit embarrassing, you know, because you want to be, understand AI. I rarely ask any questions, you know, if I'm unsure of something. I think that could be a good superpower, if we could call it that, to communicate while we use all these new platforms and do it together instead of just sitting alone in a dark room and going to this crazy new world.
I think to be patient is also very important because you don't need to do all the things quickly. Sometimes you just need to take a pause and think a little bit more before you do something. And it's also about fake news, about AI, both pictures and some articles, and probably all things in life. That if you are unsure, just take a pause, think, ask somebody for advice, and then do something.
I think the best superpower that every one of us can have is be interested in everything and be brave.
I'm not sure. I would say to be flexible maybe, because just as I said, the world changed a lot. But also for yourself, like if you feel that you're stressed or just scared of some things, then give yourself time and chill. Yeah.
Yep, thank you. And also for one of the summarizers and last questions for you. You're a real big boss in this world. Just imagine for now. And you need to, and you want to make some change. You can change wherever you want. You can create a law where, not in real life, but still, what is gonna look like to make people, as you want, to more equal, to have access, or just new requirements regarding media and AI use for more friendly, open, or safe space?
So if we could change anything, make one rule. Do you have any rules that you would love to impose? You have the right now that you're a big boss.
If I was a big boss, all of you would every day for 1 hour meet and talk.
Oh, lovely.
Yes. You couldn't be on your phone, in your book. You have to talk about your day, how it went, what you did, when you woke up, what you thought, what was in your dreams. And you have to talk with absolute random person.
I like that a lot. I will be the co-boss supporting this. So we will rule the world together. I like that.
I can add, try something new all the time, or at least once in a month, because it creates such positive energy every time you do something that you maybe was not sure if that you can do, but still you tried, and so that, okay, it's not that bad as I thought.
Maybe let other people be and let yourself be. Like, if someone's tired, then let them be. If someone's angry, let them be. And also to yourself the same. And maybe it would be easier to understand each other. Then, I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, so if I'm not the co-boss of this great first suggestion, I am a bit skeptical towards all of this use of social media, as we have talked about today. So I think that if I could make one rule, just at the top of my mind, it could also be something involving either hobbies or nature. I think that what we do, especially as young people, is when we have nothing to do, whether it's after school, university, or whatever, we often tend to go on the phone. And what I could do as the ruler, I could impose that you have to find a hobby or something that you will do after university or school, which is not a society I like where someone tells you you have to do that. But let's just say it's my world and I can do it anyways. I think it's important to stay entertained. That's why we use social media so much, for also not good things, just doom scrolling. That's because we like being entertained. And there are so many other ways to be entertained, but this is just the easy and the most accessible. So if there's a way to counteract that with another good entertaining thing, then that would be lovely.
Yeah, really great points. And we really came back that we're social beings, that the phones, media, even our work, it's just a part of our life. We don't need to, and we don't face to be all the time there. It's up to us to choose, and mostly it really contains of those small atomic parts or habits that we have. So what we consume, what our area, what we want to listen, what we want to learn, and every small part, every small decision makes a difference. So maybe one thing that I want to also address, and one of the last, try to choose the right way and not the easiest one. Thank you.
Is there any questions from the audience to the youngsters?
Or if you could be the boss, you can also suggest something you would impose. Was there a question over there?
First of all, thank you for your opinion. It's really very interesting to listen to that. And I totally agree that you say that really next generation be like expert. And like now we may be a little bit joking about our grandparents, how they can't use phone or something like that. But some of them also quite good. Then maybe like our grandchildren be similar, because I always grow up. And I have a question like that. What are you thinking for that? We discuss about how it's good, how it's bad, about how we need to use that. But what about responsibility? Because we make focus only responsibility about like company who create this content. But what about responsibility about like person who really use this AI? Because not all of we really use carefully for that. We can send to them really personal information. All these risks, what we are talking about, but I'm not sure that all people thinking that when they ask some questions and send some personal information or documents. What are you thinking for? What we can do with that?
Great point.
More questions?
Yeah. So, yeah, I can answer. So it's also one of the marks that I give when we let our child to go on the street, to go to kindergarten, and try to also be aware with whom he or she playing, speaking. It's almost time the same. When we let ourselves to consume information, we also need to turn on this filter, at least. And of course, with the formal words, think critically, but at least to feel, is it really the things that you will use that also is real? And now it's hard, but when I back to, we should be memorized that every step that you can take further, even in the link, can affect you later on. And what is also good and bad. It's everywhere, it's in real life, it's in social media. So maybe the good life hack for it. Try to be yourself and think before you click.
Well, I think it's a very interesting question because many people, I think, are just lazy because we don't see the consequences. So as you say, we can just give them lots of data. It can help me with my document. It's much easier, blah, blah, blah. And I think that is what also, if you agree with me, is the scary part, because we haven't seen the consequences yet. Just as we haven't seen someone living their whole life with social media, how are their brains when they're 90? We haven't been able to see this yet because it hasn't happened. So it's not that I necessarily have an answer or an idea, but I think about it a lot. I think one, how to say it, way to counteract is to make, some sort of campaigns that shows the consequences, which is not something I'm in general fond of, scary campaigns about or something. But I think that's the only thing that will work, because we are all just, there are no consequences. We just send our documents. Someone told me maybe the AI system can use my data, but, I don't feel it. I haven't seen it or heard it. And I think, if we know of these cases, it should be put more out there. This is a way of the government, for an example, not to restrict anything, because we have free democracy as in societies. But if you find evidence that this data is being leaked, or then of course you could make ads and campaigns, just as you do with consequences of smoking or alcohol or gambling. So what are the potential scary outcomes that could maybe motivate people? You agree with me?
I don't know what else to say. I totally agree with you.
Okay, and then I'll ask one question which goes to everyone, including moderator. So one sentence only from your side. What will be your message to the future generations? Let's say we meet in 2050. It will be 24 years. Some of you will be on pension, if it will be existing. Some of them not, still working. So what your message will be in terms of the preparing for the future challenges? Describe maybe one message, and maybe shortly how the future will look like. Will we live underground, or in the cosmos, or in the space? Who knows, because the dries, which is happening in Europe right now with the climate, with the rain, or which is happening, is a disaster. Okay, starts from the left side.
When I think about the future, I know, yes. When I think about the future, it's really hard to think about any messages, because there are negative, there is positive. But I want to believe that you are doing really well, that you are not zombies, and learn, read, be interested, double check, think. Don't forget to think.
Yeah, I agree that the future is very unstable and unsure, but I really hope that all of us will be living healthy life and accept as ourselves, that doesn't think about, like it was previously said, this perfect picture. We should accept us as unperfect as we are. And about message, it could be also a message. Yeah, accept yourself, your feelings, your look, your thoughts, your hopes, fears.
Yeah, I'd say read books, like real books, and write on the paper a lot. And think before you make something, but not too much. And I don't know, just make some stuff that makes you happy, like real stuff.
Very nice, I like that a lot. And in continuation of that, I would suggest everyone in this room, but also everyone in the future, to read this book that I just mentioned, Victor Pelevin's Поколение Generation P. And, it's a dystopian sci-fi about the future, but if and when you have read it, then try to reflect, maybe this is already going on now, so you have to be a bit critical towards everything. I think that will naturally happen if you read this book.
It's pretty hard because I'm the last one, and you not stole, but you mentioned great points. And as already said, life is good and bad. There are some things that we can change, and some things that we cannot change. And still try to be kind, change the things that you can change. don't try to push yourself, or just push yourself a bit more that you can, but still remember who you are, who are close to you. And because in the end, we also think not how many good things we made, but how many people we make happy. And maybe also be disciplined in everything. When you absorb information, when you study, when you're training, when you just live. That's a pretty long message, but why not?
If audience wants, you can continue, guys.
Since I definitely will not be able to contribute in 2050, I like to give a message to the future here. Who knows what?
Technology.
Artificial living. AL, that's the next generation. My advice to you younger persons would be stay curious, stay critical, keep your ears open, but not so open so the brain falls out. And remember, we have survived doomsdays before.
Great point.
Yeah, thank you very much. Make applause for everyone. And with these great words and suggestions, feel free to continue the list of actions and activities which we could do today, not only about tomorrow, today. We'll continue tomorrow our discussions, and especially I'm calling everyone to participate in the working groups, which calls, to be honestly, content for our manifesto, which we will develop together. You can start today, but we continue mostly tomorrow morning, okay? But for today, we are closing our first working day session. And I would like to share with you, if you still don't know, we have a Nordic Media Hub. Thank you very much, guys, for your contributions once again. Feel free to join and share your thoughts, ideas, posts, videos, podcasts. We have the webpage with plenty of different articles. It still will be, the list is bigger than just this one. We have podcasts from Estonia, from Sweden, from now we have also Finland. Denmark has been added as well. And also listen to some interesting materials and share the thoughts, because during these six months of contributions, young people was discussing different topics, including artificial intelligence, the consequences of war and their life, and ongoing war, conflicts, the expensive living, and so on and so on. So if you want to know what Estonians, Finnish, German, Danish, German also maybe, not like that. Why not? Because we have young people from a German background, right? We have German here. Yeah, and Swedish young people has shared with us, and their stories, because behind the stories is the people, their thoughts and the problems which they are dealing with. Thank you very much, and we do the just group photo, right, guys? Everyone. Yes, everyone, please, on the stage, and the practical information still will go. Thank you very much, everyone, online. Thank you. Guys, let's do the joint picture.